Ooh, level 2. Wait, it just went away. Okay. What the? What was that sound? All right, I was like 10 minutes late. I'm just gonna put the lights on and stuff. I'll be right back. Win this round, guys. Yo, Rasquila and Sam killing it. Oh, it's so hot. Okay. There's no music playing? What happened to the? Oh, you guys could skip if it's well, I guess you guys can't skip, but really Friday, the funkin'. Okay. At least he has to wear a maid costume tomorrow. Is that true? What's up, Nathan? Welcome back. I don't know if anyone yeah, I don't know. Why is this only in one of my ears? Oh, there we go. Yo, let's go. I'm just gonna scroll down a little bit. Thing is almost home. I took behind. Okay, time to dominate. Yeah, oh, that was Cocoa Butt, I heard. I'm in 2 convos. Lol. Quick, everyone, run. Want to play Mario Kart? We can drink and drive there. Lol. I'm just chilling, listening to music in your server like an OG. Let's go. Oh, you guys are all listening. Oh, you're listening to music. I didn't give you the streamer role. I'm so dumb. I just gave you the streamer role. You could join in and talk. My bad on that. Wait, I have to wash my hands. Discord drink late stream? Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
What in the world's going on here?
What's up? Bro, you guys aren't getting words. How you doing? Rosquilla.
Oh, great stuff.
That was interesting, yeah. My friends are too much for stream. And I think like they're a bit awkward. Like, I mean, they're not streamers, so how do you start stream away from home? I just started it on my on the Twitch website. Oh, I was only gone for an hour. Oh, so I have to add an hour back to the timer. Jeez, we're at 3 hours. 30 hours. I mean, what'd you say?
No,
we're at more. We're at 32:54. My friend took a screenshot and sent it to me an hour ago. So yeah, we're
talking about awkward when you hand that guy that $1.
That was so awkward, but like Sam, I had to do it. It was gonna be one of my sub goals anyway. That was so cringe, but I had to do it, Oh, that was awkward. But the funny thing is, he was like, "Is this for TikTok?" Like, it's not that crazy anymore, Like to do weird stuff like that. It was the setup so bad. I couldn't. I don't know, bro. I wasn't.
You still had no idea what Twitch was.
Yeah. I didn't think about what to do. You guys just said it, so I just went up to someone and just like winged it. Okay, you guys try to wing that, okay? It's weird. So bad, should have planned better. Whatever, bro. They're fun. Yeah, I just do
I
it through
bet
Twitch.
I could wing it 100 times better than you.
Guys. Well, you didn't do it, so I don't know what I could say. Whatever, guys. Whatever. That was mad cringe, though. That was so bad. Wait, why is this not working? What? Bro, words on stream isn't even on my Wait, it doesn't, it's like frozen. Control Alt Delete, right? What? My computer can't handle this shit anymore. Oh my god. It says I have 24 tabs on Google open, which I don't. I'm gonna have to close all of them. Oh my god, that was so weird. Bro, very high power use. Anyway. That was... Oh. Bro, I'm so dumb. I just realized I was muted on the Discord, and that's why you said delay. I'm such an idiot.
It's all good.
My bad. That's why you like paused. That makes sense.
I was like, what is going on right now?
Oh, that's why you said that. I'm so dumb. I muted it in case like my brother or sister had to come in to like end the stream or start it up again, which they did do a couple of times, you know? And they don't like to be there.
They're just not as cool as you, or what?
They're just not, yeah, exactly.
Ping pong bot, nice.
That was I felt so bad, I'm not gonna lie. I felt so bad. Like there was so much hype, and then we go in and I'm just like, okay, this is not the right atmosphere for a stream. Like I didn't realize how bad it would be. Like I think non-streamers versus streamers is like different. I don't know. Emily's way cooler. You're so cool. Oh, I'm so cool. Thank you. Who's in VC? Rosquila. Yeah, you're so mean. He said you're so cool. Computer be like, let me sleep. True.
Roscoe, if you're watching my screen share, turn it down so it will get loud.
Hey Timmy, is that you?
Yeah, I'm playing 5M right now.
Nice. Did you see the? Oh yeah, you saw a little bit of it, right?
I think so. I'm playing as a cop right now.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh. Give me my weakness. I thought
I do have to admit, when you guys were in like the car or whatever, it was just amazing.
yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that at least.
Yeah. I think once you started putting us in your pants, it got like a little bit too much. It was terrible in there.
Come on. Yeah, there was a little breathing room.
It was damp.
You,
Wasn't good.
you know what's crazy? I tried to IRL stream. I tested it out before starting the subathon. It worked. Then I did it during the subathon. It didn't work. I wasted 2 hours of travel. And I added the time back, which I'll have to do again. And then I came... Well, actually, I should do it now because I'm giving myself more time by not doing it. And then I came back... and then I went this time, and it was working. And I asked them, oh, can I stream? And they're like, yeah. But then it was so, like... I could tell they weren't comfortable. And I was like... But then some of them got too comfortable. Like, it was just too much. I was like, okay, I need to stream with streamers. That's what I need to do. Because they understand all
You need
this stuff.
people that. I was gonna say people that understand.
Yeah, what TOS is, you know, and what not to say. I was just like,
Yeah,
bro,
you don't
come
want
on.
people saying
Crazy shit. Janelle's like, I want to say it so bad right now just to...
Niagara Falls.
Yeah, exactly.
My Nigerian prince.
Well,
Oh, that's closer than me. Ban him.
band.
Hey. Hey.
And then with my friends, I wasn't gonna like just karaoke with them and like leave you guys, especially after all that hype with the subs and everything. I would feel like shit if I just stayed there like singing karaoke for like 2 hours, you know? Go ahead. No, nothing.
I have no comment.
I'm gonna respond to Aqua.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll look at chat in a second. 32 hours, 55 minutes, damn. You and Sam are crazy. And everyone else.
I got my tax return.
That's true.
It's just free money. I don't even need it.
Oh, you can send it my way then. Feel free to.
Bro, stop. You're gonna make
I'm
me.
just-
You don't even stream anymore, so stop.
Hey.
Good song.
I
Nice.
will.
Wait, let me just read chat. Actually, I could mute myself and read chat. I'll just do that. It worked. Okay, cool. Speaking of viewers, I think I scared off one when I said I was also 69. Nah, you didn't scare Chimmy off. Chimmy's right there. Yeah, it was gross, smelly, sticky, lots of gross stuff. You're right, there are 9 million streamers and 140 million viewers. It's just a handful of streamer hog getting all the viewers. Therefore, if you have 6+ viewers, you're at the top of the charts, seriously. Oh yeah, they do, like, if you have, I think if you have like more than 10, you're like top 2%. I don't know, it's pretty crazy stuff though. I've got 10 people, as many people to hang out with, for sure. That's what it is. It does. Okay, I'm gonna unmute. I'm gonna undeafen myself. Sorry.
He deafened it. Oh wow.
I just didn't want
to myself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's alright. I said nothing special.
Oh. You're
What
not
are you
like.
talking
But
about?
it
It
was-
was all special.
Yeah, I was just saying how great of a streamer you were and all that.
Yeah. Okay.
And like I was getting teary-eyed, and then I was like, why isn't he responding? And then I looked. You were deafened.
My bad. I just want to
Like
say.
things never let me talk this long.
My bad, bro. I'm an ass. I talk too much, right?
No, you're good. I talk too much. It's your stream, bro.
Yeah, that's true. I just want to say thank you. Oh, La Patata, thank you for the follow, and Nicole. But thank you for the community sub, Clear, Chris, Sam, freaking Jesus, the amount of money you guys spent. Dinell, maybe to you guys it's not that much to me. Rosquilla with the bits. Rosquilla.
A lot of money, bro. You can just say it, bro. Like
To me, it's a lot.
we're
Yeah.
rich.
I
It's
spent-
pennies to me, bro.
Bro,
I spent my hard-earned paycheck on bits for you, so.
I was sitting with the car with friends, and like I was like getting so excited, right? They're like, "How much is that?" Oh, it's like that's how much he makes in 2 hours, and I'm like, "Yeah, I know." And it's like
Yeah.
that could have been me too, but I don't know. It feels like I earn it more when
I
it's
mean,
through.
to each their own, bro.
Yeah, like to me, it feels like I earn it more streaming or YouTube or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, I was working overtime and on weekends and stuff, not getting paid, and I still felt like I was making too much money for what I was doing. So, like, if I was working in New York, like, living at home, like, making 6 figures, like, I don't know, it's so much money. It's
Yeah, just casually making 6 figures.
no, but seriously, like, it's so much money. Like 6 figures is a lot of money for a lot of people, but that's like I would have been making 6
Yeah,
figures,
it
like
is.
100%, you know. So, and I'm not
It's
trying to be cocky, but
it is just fucking insane amount of money. I wish I
Yeah.
could make 6 figures.
move to New York.
I think anybody would want.
Go to finance. Move to New York.
I mean, I would like to make six figures somewhere where like everything's cheaper. That would be even better. Like, I don't know, out of the state of New York, out of the city,
Oh.
maybe Virginia.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, if you could live with family and make six figures and save like $80,000 or something crazy, like you could easily save so much money
Or,
a year. Like,
dude, if
Y-
you had a
you save-
house, like if your parents gave you a house,
yeah, well, that's already like crazy, crazy. What happened, Ping? You talking shit again? I never talk shit about you, Jimmy. I tried to get everyone's songs on, you know? I saw their faces, they're like, ugh. But I'm like, fuck you guys. They want the songs. But also I was like, okay, this is not my car.
wow.
What?
Maybe next time you should drive your own car.
I can't drive, bro. That's not the point. Like, if I asked for a song, they would have put it, like, if I wanted a song. The point was, like,
Wait,
my attention was on you guys. Their attention, why would they care about you guys, right? Like, some of my friends were trying to interact with you guys and they were enjoying it, but, like, overall, they just wanted
Hold
to
up,
enjoy
Ping.
themselves, you know?
you can't drive?
Nope, don't need to. Take
Yeah,
the
he's
train
in New York,
everywhere.
bro.
I literally took the train to get back home.
Do you have a card or something?
Yeah, there's a card for trains. I don't want to
Damn.
drive. Driving means I do want to get a license,
much-
but I don't want to drive. Go ahead.
Do
Yeah.
you
go.
have, how much does it cost to get the card? I'm curious.
You just put the amount. So you could put like $50 in it, and you have $50 worth of travel.
Is it cheaper?
100 times, like 1,000 times cheaper for sure. Cause like it's a flat fee no matter what. $2.75, $2.75, and you have one free transfer. So when I used to go to college, it would be $5 a day, which kind of sounds like a lot. But I went to college in Manhattan, and if I drove there, first I would have to pay insurance, I'd have to pay gas, and I would have to find parking and probably pay for parking, which is like $50 an hour in Manhattan.
I meant like, is it cheaper than buying individual tickets, or like, is there another way
It's
to
not
get
tickets. They're like, well, now they have on smartphone. They rolled out more, but it's like
Because-
a card. I could show you the card. I have it right here.
Because over here, I have a car. I drive to SF every once in a while,
Mhm.
and like my dad has a. I
Spicy.
mean, like we can get this thing where it's like fast track, and you can just pass over the car, and it's cheaper by like $5.
Yeah. So here it's like if you're traveling a lot, you could get like a monthly card for like $50 or something. Let me read chat for a
Mhm.
second. No one is scared to take the subway after the shootings. New Yorkers are brave. Well, you just have to get to where you're going, you know. Yeah. I think New York subway system is pretty nasty too, but I mean, I like it cuz like I'm used to it. I've been taking the trains like for years. Screw cars, the metro is the best thing ever, right? How you doing, Spicy? I miss talking to you.
Honestly,
Yeah, go ahead.
metro system is better.
I can think
Yeah.
about is that if I didn't have a driver's license, I wouldn't be able to get anywhere because
Yeah,
I do
yeah.
not live anywhere near
Yeah.
where
Yeah,
there's
it's
a metro.
yeah, I'm very lucky that like New York is one of I think very few places where you could just take the metro anywhere. Like where a lot of people don't drive because they just don't need to.
Like Japan, Tokyo.
Like Tokyo, not like Japan, but like Tokyo, yeah. Or
Yeah,
like
yeah, I meant
Venice
Tokyo.
or yeah.
Venice.
Yeah, Venice you take boats everywhere.
Oh, okay. I was like, there's no metro. I doubt there's a metro system in
Oh yeah,
Venice.
yeah. I was just saying there's no cars. And there's no cars in what's the other Italian place? Florence. So it depends where you live. My friends don't use the cars, they just hop over the slidey things. Yeah, a lot of people do that. I don't do that because I'm a good boy or a loser, whatever you want to say. But also because I just don't do that.
I mean, you could do it. Don't be shy.
Nah, it's like I'm paying for the metro system to hopefully fix itself by swiping my card. So, like, I don't mind doing it. if I had $0 and 0 cents, which I kind of do, but I have like thankfully my sister, for example, had got free metros from her workplace that covered a lot more than her transit cost. So she gave me one of her metros. So it's like I'm good. Also in New York they upped the police after the shooting by a lot, the police presence. So yeah, but I don't know if it's still a lot now. I took the train in Texas and it almost tripled the commute time. It was a long trip, so I don't know if it was worth it, but the gas is at all-time high. Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you, Emily. Yeah.
What's it called? Rail system? Train system?
Rail system, you could say, yeah. I will say that, like, yeah. You see, I do think streams are better when there are other people there, cause like there's just much more interaction and stuff going on, That's why, again, like one of my biggest goals is to live with or stream with other streamers like more often. It doesn't need to be IRL. It could be sometimes, but like
You need to get with Jared.
Yeah,
Jared's literally right there.
he is.
Or Mr. G. He's also like right there.
Oh, he's in
Like, it's a
Canada,
little further.
but yeah.
I mean, it's still like a 3-hour drive.
Yeah, but I want to do
He
that like
wants you to come over.
consistently. Who? Kyle?
wa-
Triple G?
Yeah, Kyle. He wants you to come over. Why can't he do the same?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to push anyone to come over.
So
Well,
wait, what
he sounds
you're trying
better.
to say is we're gonna start a streamer house.
Yeah, that is
We already did, bro. We're going to Alaska.
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be me, Jimmy, BK, Ping, Jared, Bean.
We are not winning this level. Sheesh. Yeah.
Are people still playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always playing
Wait, did the
with your
time?
feelings.
Oh, did the time not go? It says 32. It didn't. It didn't fix on the actual stream. Guys,
No,
watch this. 3, 2, 1.
Sh-
Boom. Damn it. Why didn't it work? It should be at 32:43 right now.
Shouldn't it be way higher than this?
Yeah, it should be 32:43. I don't know why it's not.
I think it went down instead of go up.
Huh? It should be
Uh-oh.
32:43. I'm trying to.
Can you add an hour at a time?
No. 32:43. Wait, give me a second. 32:43. This is so annoying. Give me a second. 32:43. I have to like put it into minutes and then put it initial marathon duration, reset timer, save. Oh, there it is. Oh, now it's
Yeah,
too
it
high.
Let's just leave it at that because you
No,
disappointed us.
No.
You
Yeah.
disappointed us.
Yeah.
I felt I was really sad when you ended it. I was like, oh.
Me
Kill the
too,
hype
bro.
Everyone, say it in chat now.
All right, there.
Keep it where it's at.
Fine. I'll keep it where it's at.
Can you put on the maid costume right now?
You don't want to. You
Or do
don't
you wanna
want it
do
for
that?
tomorrow?
No, actually, yeah. Let's do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's make it a big announcement.
Yeah.
Let's build it up.
Exactly. You know what's next?
What's next? Isn't that the last thing?
No, going bald.
Is it at 200?
Going bald?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm just gonna double check. but-
What's after going bald?
Well, I had I had it spaced out more, but I didn't expect us to like reach this right now. After going bald is like messaging my ex crush or whatever, which seems lame, but it's actually I don't know.
You're gonna pussy out, bro. You're gonna
I'm
pussy
not.
out.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
You're a
no way
fucking
doing
bitch,
it.
bro.
I'm not. What are
You're
you
a
talking?
little
I went up
bitch.
to the security
You're not gonna
guard
do
and
it.
I gave him $1, didn't I?
Yeah, that's different though.
That's
You
what.
fucking pussy out of the fucking FNAF game, bro.
Yeah, but I played
go-
it. Bro, that
You
shit
played
was
for
scary.
like 10 seconds.
Bro, that shit
God,
was scary.
FNAF.
We got clips from it. Okay. It was scary that's like the scariest thing for me. Okay.
Oh,
Like
man,
doing IRL shit is
And
not
everybody in
scary.
chat,
Like,
tell me if Ping will do it. I want to know. I doubt
Yeah.
you're gonna do it, bro.
bro, I will do it. I swear to
That's what
God.
we need. That's what we need a poll for. Will Ping do it? Yes.
Will Ping do it? No one knows what, but will he do it?
Exactly.
All right, going. Oh no, going bold was not at 200, but I could put it at. I think I'm gonna put it at 200. To be honest.
You're a much braver man though doing that. I can't believe you're even.
What, going bald?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think about the content more than other stuff. Except for the horror game, bro. FNAF was too much, bro.
Jeez. FNAF was made for children.
Yeah, well, I'm a child. Let me read
alright.
chat real quick. How did 4 more hours get added? That was the accurate amount for everything you guys gave, and for the 1 hour pause that it took that I was off stream, pretty much, with words on stream playing. Wait, was I giving pauses for that in the past? I don't even remember. I don't remember it. Whatever.
Fuck, that was horrible.
We made him keep it there. No, it wasn't 4 more hours that you made me keep. It was like 10 minutes. Bro, you needed to do it like Billy. I know. It was just in the moment, okay? Am I gonna do a maid costume now? Ugh.
What, someone made it so you have to go to maid costume?
Oh, you didn't see how crazy it was getting?
No, the 20 subs, I saw that.
Yeah. They're crazy.
Bro, that fucking PD on that server is garbage.
Oh.
They suck at everything, basically.
That sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks. Alright, we are going. I was thinking of taking 2 shots and then going to like find random streamers. What do you guys think? It's not as hype as
If I may
Carrie.
ask,
Uh-huh.
how much did you drink? Was that alcohol that you
Yeah,
drank, or was that just?
No, it was mixed. I drank quite a bit.
I thought so. I was like, there ain't no way this fool's taking full ass swigs.
But it was quite a bit.
I mean, it probably was, but
But yeah, it was. Bro, if I took too much, you wouldn't. I would be sleeping for like 14 hours and like I wouldn't be on
Yeah,
stream
that's-
for a while. So
make sure you get a water bottle and like put it next to you
true.
Drink
My mouth
water
is mad.
if you're
dry
gonna
now.
take some shots.
Oh, I took a shot off
For every
stream.
shot,
I took a shot off stream too because like to be nice before leaving. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say make sure you have a water bottle or something, a cup of water for every shot.
You also well, that seems okay. Did you eat?
Yeah, I ate.
Okay, good.
Bro, it's not my first time drinking, guys. Come on.
Ew.
The only problem is I usually go on the extremes. So if I drink and I'm having a lit time, I'll take like 12 shots. And then I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
I don't take
So I've been told.
Yeah, because if I feel really good, it just feels good to keep drinking. Even though I know in my head that like I shouldn't do it. It's just like it's hard to resist. In the moment.
And you're lightweight. Last time you drank, you took 1 shot and you went a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I'm lightweight because I don't drink much anymore. Which is probably a good
Yeah.
thing.
It's bad for your liver.
It is. When I was in
It's not
Japan,
bad for his liver.
Starting to drink always makes you want to drink more.
oh, that's true. Sam, what's up? For sure, wanting to drink only
All the
sounds
cool
cool.
people here.
Ping, move your face.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, by the way.
Hello, Sam. Long time no talk. even
Indeed.
though we were
Been
taught.
years.
Well, you were doing the car ride, we were talking to everybody.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they
Yeah, it
were.
was Sam, Broccoli, me.
You know they didn't hear
Doctor.
anything, right?
And then I wanted to pass out, but my
Yeah, we know.
music was fucking shit. And then I joined call again. And then I
Nice.
joined this call.
Nice. Well, so you didn't pass out. Move your face.
No.
Oh, that's why I said move your face. Oh.
So it's
You see what
7
Pulse was
years.
doing on your stream?
What was Pulse
For real.
doing?
Oh man.
What? What was Pulse doing? Bro, I trust you
Guess you'll
guys too
never
much.
know.
Bro.
Guess you'll never know. Go check
Yeah.
stream.
He was being a hype beast.
Yeah, he was a hype beast for real, for real.
Wait, really? Wait, when I was
It
gone, like when I
was
was
interesting.
when I went to the city?
The Aqua said true. Hype beast.
Wait, was this when I was like in the car or when I was not here?
This was when like you left
Yeah,
Pulse in the chat.
just after you left.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he was going crazy. I had to do something about it.
Should I
was
remove
like-
the role he has?
I think you should
What role
limit
does
him.
he have?
I should limit him.
Just
Oh,
think
the
about it.
streamer role.
Yeah.
You shouldn't leave him alone with chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what the hell was he
Most-
doing?
most-
What?
Dude, he was like going crazy, dog. It was insane. I was like, okay, Pulse, you had your fun. Like, chill.
Wait, what did he say? You should have told him to get out if it was too much.
It's because it was right after I said, oh, he's all right. And then like 2 minutes later,
Wait, what
was
did he
just doing-
say? Well, don't say
I'm
it.
not
but...
telling you.
All
It's
right.
funnier.
Okay, can I watch it on stream or is it that bad?
It's really bad. I really had to tell him to stop.
Did I miss the worst shit after my earbuds went out, or
I think so. I think so.
Yeah,
No,
I'm.
It was insane, dog.
All right, I'm
Okay,
gonna
it
remove
was
the
so-
role. I'm gonna remove the
I
role.
missed the worst shit? Yeah.
If you told him to stop and he still said
if it,
shit,
if it was after
No, he
my
stopped.
if it was after my earbuds went out, then definitely remove the rule.
yeah, okay,
because-
I'm removing it.
He became the streamer for a minute too.
yeah.
Good night, Emily.
Good night, Emily.
You're
Did
welcome.
you have fun though, Pink?
Thank
Because
you.
before it was pretty okay, but there were some edgy stuff. But if it was after my earbuds went out, then definitely.
I
Bro,
saw the
Janelle donated more.
Yeah,
I was talking to
and
Doctor
Sam,
about it.
and Rasquila and.
I mean,
Doctor.
when you're there, he's sweet. Also, yeah,
So that
whatever.
means he doesn't need the role. I could drag him in.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
No,
he
I've
does not need the role.
I've become more strict with stuff. It makes things easier. You and Doctor.
I mean, he
helped
was
me.
chill. He's a nice guy.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
When
At
you
the-
left, he went berserk, bro.
From what I saw at the very beginning, it was like, ah, all right. And then
Yeah.
I went, and then I don't know what happened after that.
Same. I was there in the beginning. I was saying, yeah, I could join chat afterwards, but I don't know when I'm being home.
Mm.
Like half an hour went on, just playing normal shit. Some random shit was not okay,
Bro.
and then yeah, it worsened after my earbuds went out. So
Damn.
according to Danil, so
I want to know what he. Okay, I'm gonna go on my phone and watch the stream.
Yeah, I was talking to Doctor about it.
And what did Doctor
he
say?
was- He said he was avoiding stream because of that.
Really? It was that bad? Hey, BK! BK streaming? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know. I just came home. I don't know
Hey.
what's going on.
Welcome in, BK.
sorry, BK. Welcome, BK.
Yeah, I was in her chat.
Nice. Huh?
Welcome, stranger.
Did you delete all your clips? Oh,
No, you're
I
dumb.
did
You
song.
pressed song request. You're so dumb.
I am dumb. Thanks for the raid. It's good you rated now and not before.
Yeah, she was asking me about it, and I was telling her like when you join,
Yeah. I think it was too much.
go check her out.
Flat back.
Awesome, cozy, comfy streams, make you feel like you're at home.
Exactly. Thank you for the raid.
Wait, but I am at home.
Oh. But it'll make
Even
you
better,
feel
makes
like.
you
Oh.
even when you're not at home.
Tone, nice.
I always stream BK.
Yeah, how was
even though I
stream?
was watching the whole time.
How was stream, BK? I was gonna ask Sam also how was being outside.
It was nice, even though I was way too scared to talk to anybody this night.
All right. Why was it? Just because, or?
Eh.
All right. Well, next time you'll get closer, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I don't mind talking to people, but everybody was in a group.
Yeah, that sucks.
If there were people alone, you immediately saw they were apart from another group, so it was like hard to get in there, so no entry points, so
Okay.
hard to talk to people
To be honest, if I'm alone, it's hard for me to.
as an introvert.
Yeah. When I
I-
went. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't. Yeah, sorry.
No, I talk too much.
don't-
Go ahead.
You keep on interrupting.
Bro.
Says the streamer. Says the streamer.
Still.
I think if you
Uh
Mm-hmm.
and that's all I gotta say about that.
huh.
Yeah. Perfection.
No, for real though. If you want to let other people talk, I think you should just let them talk instead of interrupting them a second time. I feel like you do that too much.
Okay.
Perfect advice.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. The
Mhm.
problem.
Go ahead. I'm
I
sorry. I'm
like-
sorry. Go ahead.
I don't mind talking to people. I don't even just care talking to people, even when I'm drunk, even when I'm not drunk.
Mhm.
But I don't like when they're in groups.
Mm.
It makes it so intimidating when another person is with somebody you want to talk with. And that's the only thing I have to say. It might seem so might seem so dumb,
No, it doesn't seem dumb at all.
but
Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to.
yeah,
Yeah.
no worries.
I think it's streamer brain or something. I don't know, cause like I feel like I always have to be talking, so my brain has adapted to like boom, thinking of relating something to something else like right away. So-
I know.
Yeah.
know.
So when you say something, it's like boom, and my head is like, oh, like I could relate to that because and I just talk too much.
His brain does that, and that's why he can't focus on drawing squares.
That's why he can't date anymore.
I don't listen. I'm just like, and she's like, okay, Jesus.
You always try to relate to them. You're like, she's always like, oh, so I went to get tampons, and then you just try to relate.
Bro, honestly, if she like, I would be like, oh yeah, once I was with a girl and she went to get tampons, and no, I don't think I would say that, but
I think you would.
I might think it. I'm not that bad.
It's also the same
everybody.
problem. It's also the
See-
same problem I have in that region
Oh,
because
Mm.
you have
I used to stream before,
Mhm.
and I don't give a shit about other people when they're talking, apparently, because I just interrupted two people. But
Nah, there's like a difference. like I feel like we're all old enough or mature enough to like, if we interrupt, like we kind of feel a little bit shitty, or we like understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a lot of the younger kids, they don't, because they're kids. But yeah.
They just talk over each other. Them stupid kids these days.
Yeah, you tell him.
It's kids all the time, I think, but
I
yeah.
hope Pulse is. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
I hope Pulse is hearing this.
No, he's actually really nice. He had a really nice conversation with you the other
Yeah.
day. He was really knowledgeable.
He's not a bad person. He just
really
doesn't
sweet.
know his limits.
I can understand that.
He's just a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Indeed.
You see, I tried to relate again. I was like, I can understand that. I'm like, like I don't know my limits sometimes, but then I learned to know my limits. You know what I mean? I feel like everyone does. I don't know.
Yeah. It's what we both didn't learn, which is why we talk over each other
I think we're fine.
most of the time
Yeah.
because we both learned.
Yeah, exactly. I forced myself to be like, okay, shut up.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Which is what makes me worse in smaller conversations, like in bars, etc.
hmm
It's
Oh,
like,
I got it.
somebody else is talking. Nah, I can't say shit.
Yeah. And you're just like sitting there like, oh, I just want to
Yeah.
say what I want to say.
I want to put some input in this,
Yeah.
but it would be so nice.
Or like you already know what they're gonna say. It's like, okay, like
Hmm.
yeah. For sure. But I think if you know what they're gonna say and they're okay with you interrupting because they understand that you already know what they're gonna say, then I think it's okay.
Yeah.
It
We
depends on the
fully
person.
interrupted Deneldo, but
Yeah. Go ahead, Dino.
No, just want to say I love you guys. You guys are the best. I don't know about this Rosquilla guy, but you seem okay.
Thanks.
Rasquilla is one
You
of
have a
the
cool voice, though.
nicest.
Appreciate it.
holy shit.
And he's using a good mic for once. I remember when we did
Yeah.
the verses, you used this shitty mic.
He
The w-
he
Oh,
he used
yeah.
all his funds on the mic and forgot to spend some for the computer.
By the way, Rosquilla,
yeah.
what is your most preferred name? Because
Oh yeah, Justin or Rasquilla or
I feel like I
Or Spur.
prefer on the internet for everyone just call me
Mhm.
like Ross or Rusquila, either one.
Ross.
Oh,
Okay,
it's pronounced Rosquilla,
Well,
Yeah?
it's
not Rose.
no, it's Rosquila, yeah.
Rosquilla.
I like saying Rosquilla.
I like
Rosquilla?
Ross. Ross sounds dope. Ross is a cool
Ross.
name.
Yeah, Ross.
Mainly because I mean, it's not that I don't want people to know my name.
No,
it's just,
no.
you know.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
you're fine.
I'll stop
My
saying
You're
your
fine.
name.
username.
You're fine.
No,
No.
it's fine. You're fine.
Oh, okay.
My username is like my in quotes brand, and that's just how like everyone knows me now. It's weird.
It's
Yeah.
the same with me. I don't mind people saying my full name because it's close
Mm.
to
Right.
the
Hmm.
and but just don't say it on stream, please. And yeah, I've hit a lot of streamers with that. Like, stop saying my full name on stream. I know it's easy. I know it makes it easier to connect to other names, but stop. And
Look at my muscles. Sorry, I had to deafen for that.
sorry, it's also because Ping was fully muted, but
Wait,
No,
what? No, I just
No,
deafened for a
no.
millisecond to say.
No, we were having a deep conversation about how how socialism has changed us and like the
Yeah,
industrialization of
we're-
Japan has ruined the
we're
world.
What?
fully Marxist over here.
No, I heard
Oh,
you were
no!
saying you were saying
Oh, no! Not,
no, you're saying you don't like when people say your full
not
name.
again!
When people you didn't fix your mic. When people say your full name.
I yelled. That's my problem.
Nah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
And that like other streamers, you understand that saying it is like easier and stuff, but you don't want them to. I heard you.
I get
Yeah.
it with other people, but the problem with my name is because it's so indistinguishable with other names is because I don't like it.
Mhm.
We all know your
Uh.
real name, Eric.
Eric.
No, it's
Fucking Jared.
Jared.
Oh,
Jamal.
You didn't work at Subway, did you?
Oh yeah, he doesn't know
Maybe.
Jared.
2 years ago, I worked at Subway, but
Oh,
it
no.
might be another reference to another streamer.
Yeah, Jared's another streamer we know.
Ah,
And we were.
Guys, where do you
Yeah.
think Sam came from?
Did he really? Oh,
probably his
I-
mother's.
I
my
came
guess.
from Subway.
He came from his mother. In Subway. Like she had him.
No,
in the
I
Subway.
was birthed at Subway,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
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 not by a
It-
woman.
by
No,
Jared.
His
No,
mom. His
by
mom
the
was.
by the sandwich.
His
Oh.
mom was
Oh.
making. Oh my! His mom was making the dough for the bread and accidentally made him.
Nice.
Accidentally, an egg
Quotation
spilled.
marks.
Accidentally, an egg spilled into the batter, and of course, Jared was there.
Of course, of course.
Of course.
Of
And
course.
you know, in any Subway sandwich, the base batter is Jared's cum.
Oh,
Of
Wow.
course.
Alrighty then.
That is true.
Did that?
Jared works day and night to make sure every Subway is in stock,
What's up,
Packed
Gabriel?
full of protein.
packed full of protein. He refrigerates it. He's actually didn't he say he's gonna do something similar for the subathon? He's gonna
Yeah,
refrigerate
like
it.
the oogie bucket. The oogie
The
bucket.
oogie bucket.
Oogie butter.
Wait, no spoilers, no spoilers. Sorry. The clip,
don't-
just cut it from the stream. No.
I got you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna cut that. He muted it. He muted it.
Yeah,
so
Yeah.
I definitely did. Yeah.
Just oh my.
I think that was the longest I didn't speak on streams since I started the subathon, and I was here. I'm
You're
being
welcome.
serious.
serious.
Just take,
honestly,
Just-
take a
just-
rest.
Doesn't that
we
make
got
you
you.
feel nice? Doesn't make.
Not really. It makes me feel like I'm not doing my job.
But
welcome to us taking over.
Yeah, this is fine. Do you know owns
Owns?
Jackbox? Or
What? Were you about to say anything? No. Sorry. What?
Who, me?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Huh?
No, it's okay.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I feel.
I was gonna
let's-
say-
Let's ban.
I was
Ping.
gonna.
Sure.
What does everybody think about these days politics in USA?
Oh yeah.
we
yeah.
We had
Very
honestly,
important. That-
honestly, we had that conversation yesterday. I don't feel like talking about it again.
No, no. I was just kidding.
I know, but we had it yesterday. We had like a hour, 2 hour
No, no,
conversation
no.
about it. I don't care
We
about talking
really
about
don't.
politics. I don't care.
No, okay, but I
what do
get
you
it.
guys
But
think about legalizing prostitution? and
you
stuff?
you shouldn't
Oh.
allow that on your stream.
No,
Just
I don't care.
saying.
I don't care.
Yeah. I know, but
That's a dangerous topic.
yeah,
don't care.
That's,
If people-
that's the problem.
Listen, if people get too crazy about it, then they can leave. Because honestly, I want chill people in chat anyway. So
Yeah, true. But then
But-
you're gonna get people that think you're gonna fucking disrupt people's voices, and
well, okay. So
it's gonna exaggerate from there.
listen, every
and-
time I talk about okay, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No. You're talking. You're talking.
Danny DeVito for president.
That's a good hat,
all.
isn't it? I had to change
Ping
it
for
up.
president. Ping for president.
Pink for
Bing,
president.
what is your opinions on global warming?
Wait, give me a second. Let me read chat. BK and Gamer looks so chiller. Lol. Yeah. So I think the way that I talk about everything on
All
stream.
right, thanks for that. And then no, I'm just-
No. I'm just saying. I'll get to
Wait,
that. I'll get to that.
Chat-
No,
If you
no,
if you
by the
really
way.
want to know, I could talk to you about
no,
that. But
Bing talk.
yeah.
talk,
So
talk.
every time I talk about
I'm sorry.
politics, or
Bro,
bro, shut up! I'm about to mute everyone, bro. Oh my god, damn.
I'm a
Hey,
fucking
Ping, can you
punch
just
you, Danelle.
can you get through this already, please? We don't got all night.
I do this
Alright,
to other people. Why is
I'll
it
be
being
quiet.
done to me? Okay. Every time I talk about politics on this channel, I do it, and I do this in real life too, because I've had experience with people getting really passionate, and I get really passionate, and it's just not constructive. So I've become pretty good, I would like to say, at like not talking about it in a very passionate way. So it's kind of a calm conversation. I love how he gets mad about it when it's him. Well, no shit.
But the counterpoint
Totally
I have
fair.
against that is that everybody in chat that's gonna get talkative about politics is gonna get passionate about it. So,
That's fine with
like
me.
you said, yeah, but like you said, if you're gonna get passionate in some point about politics, it's not gonna
Seaman.
lead any. It's
Sorry.
not gonna lead anywhere. So
But okay. Were you here yesterday when I don't think were you here yesterday
No.
when me okay.
no.
Do you know what do you think of me and I was talking mostly, obviously, but when me and Post were talking about all that stuff, like did you think that people were getting really passionate in chat and getting crazy?
I'm definitely.
I mean, you were. I mean, he's 14, bro.
I'm
What do you
gonna
think?
I'm gonna come in between this bullshit.
What?
I'm not against talking about politics in chat.
I know what you're
I
trying to
just-
say, but like I don't care because I prefer like my one of,
Transparency.
yeah, I prefer the transparency.
Mhm.
The thing I don't like is if people get too passionate and stuff, and sometimes they do when I talk about politics, yes. But then I'll be like, bro, chill. And almost all the time, people just chill, because they realize oh, we just lost one word away. Like they realize it's maybe I shouldn't do
Mhm.
that.
But that's not gonna be the same if you're gonna get a bigger crowd.
True, but I don't care. Like I'm gonna voice my
There-
opinions and
there-
stuff.
True, but there has to be a policy.
Just make sure that
Nah.
if whatever you're gonna say, you're comfortable with being out there and other people having opposing opinions on.
Yeah, which I am. Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
don't-
will happen.
on almost everything, I'm pretty fine with talking about it. Cause I don't really attach political
Shit
standings to my identity or anything. Yeah, go ahead.
shit gets far if you're gonna talk about politics. Definitely in America. And that's what I'm afraid about.
I don't care. Like there's I don't know, like I already limit myself in some ways on stream because like I don't make certain jokes because it's like TOS or whatever,
Yeah.
and that's fine. Like I accept that. But like the more I limit myself, the more it feels that I just can't express myself, and I hate that. So I would prefer like people getting a little pissed off or very pissed off. I don't know. I feel like the
get
way
it.
I bring it out is not. Most people don't really get mad. I think it's more conducive to like a good conversation. But
I fully get that because you're one of the fucking Twitch
Sorry.
channels that doesn't really give a fuck overall
yeah,
and doesn't really like, let's just say it like it is, be a fucking fully social justice warrior bitch.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like limiting like speech in general. It feels
Mhm.
weird. And I've been doing it more recently, but I like after talking to Dinell and Doctor, like my mods, and I think it's okay because I thought about this stuff a lot. That's why I'm okay with talking about it, because the stuff I like I have
It's just these days the politics.
I know people get crazy about it. But like
Mhm.
if someone's gonna get crazy about politics, then it's better that they're not here. I
Then
think.
they're just instantly banned, and
Yeah,
that's
I think.
where I get
Well,
your point of view.
Well,
I like giving
well,
warnings,
Sam,
but yeah, go ahead.
Sam. To
Mhm.
that we say we probably won't be inviting to those kinds of people. And
Exactly.
those people probably
Exactly.
won't be here for long.
Yeah, like
That's
All
what you
right.
hope.
so
That's what you hope.
no, but I
Time for
see
me to
this.
get passionate about politics.
Eventually,
No, but what I
And
see,
all of the sudden,
what I see is the way I talk about this stuff. Usually, it's like people who are very extreme about it. It's not welcoming. I'm not welcoming to them here because I'm not like I might be like, bro, like really, do you think it's that extreme? Like I'll counter it, or if they do too much, like they're gone. They don't. It's not a place. Like if someone has a really strong opinion on something, I'm not gonna be the person to validate that opinion because I never.
Yeah.
I'm almost never like, oh, these people are cunts. These people are idiots. These people are stupid. Like
oh,
I don't use
you
that
said
language.
cunt.
I could say that
I
because Australia.
remember
Just kidding.
when we were
just
talking
kidding.
Triggered.
about how we each had the experience of a liberal where they thought we were like Trump supporters just because we disagreed on one of their points.
Yeah.
What?
Like
I've had
yeah,
that. I've had that on both sides. Like
yeah. It's
For sure.
it's annoying.
it is annoying. Like if you
Gonna
have a
be real
position on
here,
one thing,
I'm
the
gonna
other
be
side. Yeah, go ahead.
a leftist on most political points if we're gonna talk about political points, but
What do you mean? We shouldn't talk about politics on stream. What are you doing?
Yeah, bro. Come on, chill. We're just talking
What
about
the heck,
like,
man? Come on,
all right, ban Sam. Doctor,
Ban
Alright,
Sam.
everyone.
thank you for the money. All right, kick him out.
being a leftist over here is mostly being a centralist
Yes,
or
yes. It's very
even
centrist. Yeah.
almost going
Yeah.
to be a rightist
Yeah.
over on your guys' side.
That's what I was
And
telling
that's what
Pulse,
makes
yeah.
it so difficult.
Yes, yes.
And
It is. It honestly,
so-
that's what
Go ahead.
I consider myself more of a centralist or like in the middle.
centrist.
I
yeah,
think.
I think most people.
Yeah.
are.
I think it's because the politics of left have become so extreme recently that it's gone so far left that
but there's a need to
most of
make
my
them so
thoughts don't
extreme
align
over
with
your
it.
guys. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I interrupted.
It's just
you.
left has gone so extreme left that my own what's the word?
Your own
What
like
I believe in.
positioning changed, right?
Mm.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. It's just that they've changed and like
I know exactly.
I've
what
stayed
you're
the
saying.
same.
Yeah, I feel like
That's a problem, though.
yeah.
I mean,
yeah. It's okay. I feel like when I was like younger, I felt like more conservative, and then when I got older, and then especially traveled, a little bit more liberal. But I still was probably leaning more conservative, and then like things got so crazy that I felt like really conservative in some ways, but then also really liberal in some ways. Because with Trump, a lot of things became extreme on that side too. And I don't know if it was always extreme. Maybe it's just bias. But I feel like when I was a kid, things made more sense on both sides, and now it just seems crazier. I don't know.
it's just things aren't black and white as they seem.
Yeah.
There's lots of gray. Like
Definitely.
there's things on the left side that are really good, and there's some things on the right side that are really good, and like it's a balance of what people want.
Definitely in
We-
politics.
The
It's-
issue, I think the biggest issue with politics today is that like we're in this like rapid social evolution that
Yeah.
it's hard to choose one side to be on.
Well, I think it's
Yeah.
very easy for people to choose one side.
I
Uh,
mean,
yeah.
I think for
I-
older generations probably, but
Yeah.
No,
it's-
no. I say for
um,
new generations it's easier too because
Yeah.
they
What
just
the-
feed you the
what
same
was that? What are you
information over
doing?
and over.
What was that sound?
oh, true.
And
True.
like it's so easy to get caught up in one area, like Instagram. Once you start liking single posts and you get fed the same stuff over and over, and you keep on liking it, and then you don't get interact with the other side, and like you kind of get brainwashed a little bit. Not really,
For
but
sure. No,
you
no,
start.
no. Yeah.
Not really, fully.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
get like
Like
this
literally, you
you get a tunnel vision
Yeah,
basically.
for sure.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
But-
get the shit
tunnel vision.
pushed towards you fully for every day of your life.
Yes.
How are you not getting brainwashed?
Guys,
like-
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
And even apart from that, like shit over here, we're not fine. I'm not saying we're great over here, but healthcare, everything apart from that is fine over here, just paid by taxes. And there might be some people that fucking disagree and push bullshit across the media that shit's being more expensive
I don't know.
than it is.
Yeah. But I think it's honestly like it's just people's psychology. There's a reason why you can scroll on TikTok for 2 hours and it feels like 5 seconds, right? There's a reason
Yeah.
why like you could watch, if you're that type of person to be into politics, 10 videos in a row about one thing and just reaffirm what you already thought. Like it works because we let it work, you know? So that's why on this channel I like when people can talk about whatever they want to talk about, because it's like the person who might be brainwashed on the side that I don't want them to be personally brainwashed on might hear a bit of the other side if they stick around here, you know?
You're always gonna see shit that confirms your view because you're
Yeah.
gonna look up things that confirm your view.
Yep, that's true. People tend. I feel like people tend to watch things that like confirm what they already want to
Mhm.
hear.
We
When
all
they
do,
want to
yeah.
hear certain things, they just tend to agree with it more. But sometimes you watch. I remember when I watched Louder with Crowder, and like he said some
Mm.
shit that I agreed with, and like I started watching a little bit more. But I don't agree with everything he does.
It's been a time I watched Joe Rogan for a while,
Yeah.
just
Oh,
because
vey.
I don't know.
I
but I
bada
think
bada
I'm
bada.
watching those.
Not because of his political views, but just because he was funny in his parts. It was early Joe Rogan.
I love when he talks about deer and like the bucks and like
LSD.
Mhm.
how majestic.
Yes, the funny parts.
I just think it's scary. It's sad that like people are scared to say like what like someone who
I feel
watches
like-
Joe Rogan all the time or Ben Shapiro or whatever would be scared to say that like in this
Mhm.
chat, I think.
that they watch it.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of sad. Like that society got to
um,
that point.
I thought you were
I-
getting to the point of like
I
talking about
agree in
cancel.
that part that you don't want to
Dick.
limit
Go ahead,
people
go ahead.
to talking about it. That's why I understand why you hold that policy.
Mm-hmm.
But there's gotta be a limit somewhere.
I think we just have to be honest with ourselves. I don't know.
Being there's, I'm trying to find it. I don't know if it got deleted, but there was this Nico video where there was this girl business owner, and she said some stuff that she believed in, but she was so scared of saying it on the video that she didn't want to cancel herself and like get her star ruined. And like the idea that saying these things that she believes in scared her that much that she didn't want it to be out there in the public, even though she believes in it.
Also, isn't that the basic fundamentalism of capitalism?
What?
To use
If
fear
Pe-
as
if people don't
What
want to
it-
go, if people don't want to go to your store because they don't want to believe in your beliefs, it's your fault. Uh,
that is a
that's
very
the
big.
basic problem in capitalism.
I mean,
Sorry, can
the
you say
thing
that
about
again?
that it's that you
Oh.
try not to share that. No,
Um,
it's okay, Ping.
Okay. let me read what Jimmy said. It's not sad people used to be shamed for believing stupid shit. Then everyone got all accepting, and now they want to teach both sides of the Holocaust. Yeah, I would agree a little bit with that, but I think also I don't know. People used to be shamed for believing stupid shit, then everyone got all accepting.
You know what we need to be shaming people for?
Well, I think
Believing the Earth is flat.
yeah, but I think there's a no.
For
I don't
real.
think shaming people is right. In any
think-
context, even if
yeah.
they believe the world is flat, even if they believe crazy shit, because when you shame them, they're just gonna believe it more and go into their like bubbles even
Yeah,
more.
They're
And it's
gonna
just-
go in their corners.
Yeah, you're making it worse.
True.
That's
Yeah,
why.
yeah.
You're just dismissing them as like crazy,
Exactly.
which makes them think like they can't be crazy. There's got to be truth to it.
Everyone believes they're right in what they believe in, right? That's why they believe in it. So if you're gonna go against what someone believes in, you have to listen to them, which is very hard. I'm not saying I can do that. I try to do this, but you have to listen to them, try to understand what they're saying, and give your own opinion. But you can't just be like, "Oh, that's so stupid," because to them it's not. And it just doesn't help. Maybe for some people it helps though. I used to listen to early Joe. He was interesting, sometimes attention. Oh, I thought you meant Joe Biden. You meant Joe Rogan.
Well,
I was
We're
like,
talking about Joe Rogan.
I know, but like when I see Joe, I just think Joe Byron from the thing.
Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, like all these nicknames. So, yeah, Joe.
beans, rice, Jesus Christ, and Byron.
I used to listen to Joe Rogan when he was on YouTube. I feel like now he doesn't push back as much as he used to. When he got picked up by Spotify, he definitely went full shock. Yeah, I don't think and I think because people I honestly think because people tell him like, oh, it's crazy, or they might like characterize something he says, it makes him want to like not even talk to those type of people as much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lot-
Didn't he used to like interview the craziest people? And then he like chilled out.
I would have to look at like all maybe.
I'm not a Joe Rogan stan or anything, but I've heard some stuff.
I think some of his videos are interesting. A lot of times he just talks
I-
about like wrestling and shit, which is boring. And then sometimes when he talks
You
to like
mean-
vaccine related people, he doesn't push back at all. Sorry, go ahead.
I love the video of when he's talking about kickboxing and like how he does the kick. He can kick, bro. That guy can kick.
Yeah.
I've seen his videos. God damn, he's got powerful hips. I mean,
He's been a caster. He's been a trainer as well. So of course he can.
I
kick.
will say though, he does listen more than a lot of people, I think.
But the problem
But
I
I do
have
think
with the whole. Sorry.
No. I personally think he doesn't counter enough, but go ahead.
It's the whole discussion before and just allowing everybody to talk, etc. Then you're getting into as well the Alex Jones territory.
Oh, jeez.
They're making the frogs gay.
And
Sorry.
The
I like that one.
turn, the
Oh, yeah,
water,
yeah, yeah.
They did.
the frogs
They did.
gay.
Actually,
believe
yeah.
that,
I
bro.
think I was reading into it. I don't know. Some
And
of
they
the
had-
stuff he says is actually kind of true, but
It's- he says it crazy. Oh, no,
Yeah,
no, for real, bro. Like not to be like that, but I
No.
saw an article about how
I'm
They
not
have
talking
this
about the
fertilizer for
frogs.
plants.
No.
that tends to give frogs hormones that can change their gender because they're able to.
I-
But
And
that's
then-
the,
Yeah.
that's
But
the
that's-
fucking
that's
whole
also a
problem.
very
I'm not
different thing
talking
than
about
saying-
the whole
yeah.
meme of frogs, etc. I'm
saw-
talking about him denying literal fucking yeah, how do you say it appropriately? Children massacres?
Oh, we're going
He,
there.
he
All right,
literally denied it.
Yeah.
He
is
lit-
this
Suck the gay, bro. Yeah. What's up, Chi? No, I know what you're saying. Didn't he like say that some massacre
Yeah.
was
School
faked or something?
shootings,
Some school
sorry.
shooting? Yeah. He said the Sandy
know.
Hook school shooting was faked or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the whole problem with him.
Yeah. He can say
And-
crazy stuff.
Yeah, and he says, "I don't care how
obviously.
I say it. I'm just saying the truth." And it's like that's so
Mhm.
dumb to me. Like I think a lot of conservatives think that way, and I think that's dumb. It's like they're trying to counter the two like the liberals that are too politically what's the word? Damn, I forgot the phrase.
Politically
Correct? Yeah. They're trying to counter that by being like completely like blunt, but they're being like both of those things are dumb, I think. You know?
It's
Yeah.
like saying it's like saying the Earth is flat and just saying that's the facts. And like, I don't know. Is it? Let me think. I'm probably wrong. Never mind. Forget what I said.
No. Yeah, my biggest problem is I don't know. I think
People have points of view, and they should be heard out. But if they're wrong, with proven facts, they should also be called out.
Yo, I just made 3,000.
Sorry.
I hit 3,000 ping pong points.
let's go. Sorry if this is making
want-
anyone
you
feel
wanna-
uncomfortable.
You want to bet those on a bet? Coin flip?
This man always betting.
Nah, I'm good.
I only have 60K.
Oh wow.
I only have 30K.
Jimmy, then they say look it up, YouTube is sheep, can't trust science. Yeah, I think yeah. Like both sides just kind of ignore the other side. But you see, like, people might have very strong opinions now and they're holding it back. Like, is that my fault? Probably, because I'm letting us talk about this. But, like, I think it's worth the talk.
It's definitely worth a talk because at least people get to.
Wait, why did I open this? Gay Frogs, a deep dive. Okay. I think I saw a bit of that video before, to be honest.
It's a good video. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I watched it because of the meme, but
Hashtag
was interesting.
unfollow. No, I'm just kidding.
Like Churo, Chimmy, like you say, I think a lot of people on the right will say you're a sheep. You're just following the crowd. But then they just follow like the alternative media that says what they agree with. And a lot of people on the left are like they're rapists and homophobes and it's like, okay. So it's just both sides are kind of just like don't want to talk to each other and making up excuses to not talk to
That's
each
the
other.
whole fucking bullshit
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
Like,
Nobody
you're-
wants to talk, and everybody
you're-
doesn't want.
You're also only thinking about a US crowd.
Yeah, I'm
like-
talking about US specifically.
Yeah.
I only see a certain
Nobody.
side.
Nobody wants to.
I'm
Well-
literally
well,
an outsider
Jimmy,
over here.
Jimmy.
And
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
shit. I'm literally an outsider over here.
Uh-huh.
And I know we're socialist as fuck over here.
Mhm.
But I know also the fucking bad problems that come with it. And even then, I'm going to side with the between brackets left side on your guys' side, which is more likely centralist. But okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shimmy, you say I only see a certain side. Yeah. So from your perspective and from a lot of people on the left side, I just I like to play devil's advocate a lot because I think people ignore a lot of the other side. So from your perspective, like you see like all these things happen. From the other side's perspective, they see them being like canceled or like they have no platform, can't make any money because of their own opinions. Which maybe you think is fine. I personally don't. And then you see like, I guess we could get more political, but I
There's
think
two sides to a coin.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not
both
black and white.
problems have.
Always, always.
I think
Like-
both sides have problems.
Like there's always something shitty happening on the other side. But like
Yeah.
sometimes you're blinded by yourself and you don't notice your own problems
Yeah.
until it's too late.
Like for me, what made me become much less one-sided was living in New York with like liberal friends but like conservative parents, and like everyone older in my family is like more conservative and everyone younger is like more liberal, and I'm always surrounded by like a mix, so it like puts me in perspective of like reality, I think, more.
Yeah.
From my perspective, it's really not two sides. I think it's two sides. I think it's definitely two sides. It's just in different ways. Like I think the worst thing the left does is silence voices, and I think that's really bad.
Yeah.
I think that's just
I
really
think
bad. Like,
when
and
you-
the
when
right,
you
I
think
think,
about it-
like what you were saying, Jimmy, and other stuff as well.
Like it's not horrible, like really bad, but at the same time silencing people, even though
Nah,
they're all about like free speech and like
Ch-
opening
wait,
up
wait,
to
wait.
ideas.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. There's definitely people. There's comedians that get like stuff thrown at them because they're saying a joke. Like it's definitely on both sides.
There is
Yeah.
violence.
100% on both sides.
You
just
don't see
ignore
it
it,
as
I
Will
think.
often.
Smith.
Yeah, I think people on the left will use violence a lot more than on the right over words, which I think is bad. And obviously, the right also uses violence. I'm only fighting against your point here because you're making that point, Jimmy. But
I think we should move on from this, in my opinion. Do you guys want to play Mario Kart?
I want to say like one quick thing kind of on Ping's point real quick. I won't go too depth into it, but I mean, I consider myself very much like on the right side of everything.
Mhm.
Like right leaning. But I also have many friends and family members that are on the left side of the fence. So like you said, it's like you see more of more reality. Like you're not just focused in one
For sure.
side, one side of things. Like if you were raised in a family that only agrees with the right, you know, how toxic that can be, and then like if you were on the left, how toxic that could be. So it helps having more people in your life that are differing opinions than you. Anyway,
I agree. Yeah.
There's one last thing I also want to say.
push your comfort zone.
Yeah, I like pushing comfort zone. So hopefully you guys are okay with it too. I think the fear
I'm
that
also
yeah, go ahead.
I'm also right leaning for my country, etc.
Mm-hmm. I honestly don't know what I am. Like I genuinely do not know. I've taken tests before. I think I'm slightly liberal, but I'm not sure. I think the fear that is very valid with politics on stream. If some with their own following misinterpret your that's why I try to be very careful with what I say. Imagine if someone convinces that they're following that you're sexist, homophobe. Yeah, I think now it's fine,
Gotta
but if a
love-
girl you're following, then there are more eyes.
Gotta
That's
love how
true.
all this shit basically
mean-
started out of me saying you gotta keep politics out of your stream.
True. Facebook.
Yeah, okay. Good job. Wow.
He's doing his part.
Uh,
Can we get some 07s?
the left in America
sale?
is still center in other countries. The left in America is way more progressive than like a lot of other countries, I think. But
Yeah.
for your point with Facebook and
It's-
Twitter, you could be completely right. I could be completely wrong. I don't have numbers on that, so if that's true, then that's a point for like what you're saying.
It is though, but
I think if we get rid of all social media, no, I'm just kidding. That's a big problem.
Yeah, but social media
So-
gives a lot too. It's a hard one.
It's like it has a lot of benefits, connecting a lot of people, but it also has a lot of negatives.
Mhm.
For sure.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Should-
kids, this is your lesson for the day. Make sure you limit your time on social media. Go outside, get some fresh air. All right.
take a shit.
Well,
Get
my
only 5 hours of
Make-
social
make-
media maximum,
Yeah.
and
Make
just
sure.
see the sun.
well, my biggest
Make sure you
thing.
shower
Wait.
with soap.
My
Wait,
biggest
wait.
the
Can-
biggest thing I
Who's
want
down to play Gartic?
All right. Just wait. My biggest thing that I want to like portray is that the biggest point I want to get across is like I want to say my opinions. I want to hear your guys' opinions, but then I really don't want to be beholden, like be connected to any one idea.
No,
Like the
of
fact,
course.
but it's very easy to be like that, right? Like the fact that Chimmy said Facebook was found out to be favoring the right as well as Twitter. Why was blah blah blah? So because the right thought the left was being pushed, when they investigated, they found the right was heavily favored. You see, like that right now, to me is like, okay, that goes against what I was thinking. So, I mean, I don't know the numbers on that, and why. That's why I said, you know what, that's a point for you if that's right. Like if I take that as it is, because I didn't do enough research into that. Like I want more people to be like that, like to be to not have such, to be able to change your mind, or like to just be like logical or like common sense a bit. I don't know.
I don't go out into the world trying to change people's try to extremely change people's minds. Just open their minds to new ideas.
Yeah.
That's also why I try
I am.
to say you gotta watch out what shit you say, because definitely Twitch is leaning towards the left these days.
So yeah.
And-
So, but Shimmy,
I have to be.
okay. But
I have to be extra careful in case somebody stumbles on here and hears that I'm talking.
Shimmy, what
my
are
work.
conservative or right wing values that you find agreeable? So I think old school conservative and old school liberal principle of like free speech is more favored on like old school liberal like point of view, but like new school, yeah, I think it's more conservative. So for example, like college students not allowing a speaker to come in, and there have been studies showing that like college students and majority of professors are left leaning. I think that's a bad thing. So like I think there's a lot of examples like that show that
Ignoring any people that came from the right is just what is apart from the public problem.
wait.
It's troublesome and
wait,
it can lead
stop,
to
stop.
tunnel vision.
No. They don't. So a lot of right-leaning people don't become professors, not because left people are pushing them out. I don't think that's true. I think it's because left-leaning people are just more likely to become professors, which is fine. But like the stuff of not like of actually pushing people out from coming onto campuses and stuff, that's an example right there. Like they didn't have Ben Shapiro come to a campus. I think he had to have security at a bunch of events.
Yeah.
Like comedians getting stuff thrown at them. I guess that could be both sides. Like I would have to look at individual cases for that specifically. But Ben Shapiro is an easy case to look at because he's on the right side, right?
Yeah, Ben Shapiro's very right.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is not based on any. Oh my God, that's a big ass spider. Jesus Christ.
I think anyone should be able to go to a college and speak. Yes, I personally believe it. I think the only thing is you need a Q&A. That's what I think. That's what I think is necessary. Sorry, I just want to finish this point because like
yeah, no, you're fine.
Because someone could say some crazy shit and actually influence people's minds, right? But if you have a Q&A, at least there's a back and forth. And so I feel like that I've thought about this a lot. Personally, that's what I think. Educated people do tend to lean left, but educated doesn't equal better. Did you get this?
True.
Yeah.
There's
I'm
lots
not
of
even
people that aren't educated to the same degree that you would consider educated, but they have experience in their own right. And
Yeah, the
have,
speakers
like,
were
thoughtful-
wanted in the first place. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's like what's your definition of educated? But and I don't know what this is based on facts, okay, because I haven't done the research on this. But it feels like a lot of comedians and whatnot that are just very, you can tell that they're right leaning. they don't get away with as much like of the comments that might be, if it was someone from the left saying it, like I don't know how true that is, but there's a lot of leftists I feel like get away with more when it comes to comedy.
Yeah, but that's one example,
So.
Jimmy. I just use that as a devil's advocate. Yeah, I don't think people should have to put themselves so heavily into debt. Yeah, that I've read studies that show that like going into debt for college is worth it in the long run if you go into that field, and if it's like a STEM field specifically. So, but yeah, it does suck if you go into like art and it's not, it's not worth it to go into debt for that stuff.
And there's also, if you're not going for colleges that are like books or like the education and stuff like that, trade colleges, like is that still considered education because like educated? Like the ones that are going to be mechanics and like them, they're still educated, right?
No. Well, there is a point to be made that like left-leaning people tend to be more educated in the sense of like going to college and stuff, and there are huge benefits to like going to college and critical thinking and stuff. But there's arguments there too, blah blah blah. But there's also like
Anyway.
right people are educated in other ways with other stuff.
I gotta stop or I'm gonna hurt myself.
Okay.
Well, we
Sorry.
all have to stop.
No, I like this. Wait. Okay. What's wrong with this? Why does everyone?
Well, for me, I'm just afraid that someone from my work may
Okay,
just
that's fine.
possibly stumble upon me.
Gotcha.
And
How
it
do
may
they
not be good. So.
They have podcasts that are hosted on Fox. If you look at the most extreme,
Yeah.
I don't
For
know.
me, it doesn't matter.
Bing
because-
doesn't have a job.
Are there
Ping.
are there people on the right? Well, this I
He
can
doesn't
get.
have to worry about this.
I literally censor myself on Twitch for certain things, like I
Sure.
say certain jokes and stuff. But yeah, I don't need to really worry about. I don't think most people really have to worry about it too much. But I don't know. Are there any like extreme left-leaning people who get like canceled and stuff, like banned from stuff? Because there are on the right for sure. Like the president got banned from Twitter. You could argue if it was justified or not, but that's a big thing. No.
I think like cancel culture sits
Yeah.
heavily on the left side of things.
Yeah, and I personally think that's not good.
I don't know.
No, I feel like there's. And again, I don't know how much of this is true, but I don't know how many right-leaning people are out there trying to cancel people.
Yeah,
I guess I haven't.
was
I
gonna
haven't.
say,
se-
I
I
don't
haven't
know
seen it.
if I
so-
hear. I was gonna say I don't know if I've seen any right-leaning cancel culture movements. It's mostly left for sure.
You're talking circles too.
we, you,
What?
I think the
any-
idea. I don't think cancel
and-
culture is good. Sorry.
anti Black Lives Matters or any anti fucking LGBTQ month or whatever the fuck is cancel culture from the right leaning people. Sorry, but
That's true.
you can't get around that bullshit that
That's true.
right leaning people don't have any cancel culture.
No, I agree. I just think that culture is more left leaning, so they just have more power in the culture to like push things forward. Like I think like 10 years ago, right leaning people had more control over the internet stuff, and then left leaning people were like being pushed down more. I just think it's like reverse now.
Yeah, definitely on the internet. I'm not gonna say the internet is not more left leaning
Bro,
than it was.
Jimmy, the right is always saying boycott this, boycott that. You're right, but the left is too. Like I think you're just like, completely ignoring the other side.
But you definitely can't say the right isn't doing anything that is not cancel.
Yeah. The reason why I'm saying all this stuff on the left is because Jimmy is. I'm literally playing devil's advocate
Yeah,
with
no.
Jimmy. Yeah.
I was talking to Danelle and
Gotcha, my
Egan
bad.
Skrilla.
What is cancel culture? Cancel culture is someone says a word on Twitch and they get permabanned, and then they go to YouTube and they get permabanned, and then they go to Facebook, I guess. That's cancel culture.
It can also lead to businesses and like other shit, like your
Yeah.
job. It
Yeah, I
doesn't
mean,
have
no,
to necessarily.
Twitch could
if
be
a
your job.
person
Though.
sets their
That's what
view,
I'm saying.
like if a person could just say like how they don't like blah blah blah, and then everybody at their job disagrees with them, and then they lose their job just because they spoke their mind. Even though we live in a country where free speech should be a thing, and like you shouldn't be
I mean,
canceled on your views.
Free speech
And
is
how
large.
is
Free
somebody
speech
getting
is wait.
fired?
Free speech is largely, I think, a lot of these things make it to the news because it's like it's easy to like blow up.
Yeah.
But I'm just pointing out these cases to Chimmy, and he probably knows that whatever. Like just to say that like this is not a one-sided thing. That's my only point. In my opinion, everyone should get their mind spoken.
Problem is, I
even
think
even people
both-
who hate Jews, like I don't care, because like if everyone
Oh,
has a
man.
voice, then like because if everyone has a voice, then you could hear the other person's like opinion instead of being
Yeah.
pigeonholed into one opinion. But
What your opinion is, I will never hold it against you, and I'll probably always, I'll be
No,
able to
but
get along with you. So
awesome.
Same.
Chimmy, you have a great point. Like a lot of
That is
people
a
on the
good
right,
point.
a lot of people on the right will be like, "Oh my God, we're getting canceled and stuff on this, and it's like, yeah, but
I do
You-
gotta grab another
but-
drink, so BRB.
okay, yeah, but
yeah,
you complain.
I ran out of water.
You complain that the government is censoring, but it's like a lot of private businesses that are censoring, not the government. So like, I thought people on the right are okay with private businesses, but they're not okay with canceling. But so I do understand that
Yeah.
completely.
that is a really
Um,
good point.
Yeah,
I never really thought about that point, to be honest.
Oh,
That's
I've thought about that before. Yeah,
I have not.
that's
Yeah,
for sure
I always
true.
assumed that everything as a whole was like kind of together, like businesses, big businesses like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Google. Like all those businesses have a lot of control over people and like jobs and like things. You
Yeah.
know?
Mm-hmm.
So if one person were to say something, it could just ruin their whole
Yeah,
look, and like
like
it could ruin them.
the way I see it, it's a like I see it as a like how do I say it? Again, like I just think it would be best if people remembered the past and just had their own principles and stuck by that, and but were open-minded to other stuff. Like it feels like people are just like playing a game that like my side is better than your side. Like for example, like this I think about this a lot. So like when
Well, I am better than you, Ping.
well, that's
so-
true. That's true. But like when Trump was president, like he pushed a lot of like, oh, build the wall, right? But his messaging and the person he was, I think, is a big reason why people hated that. Because if you looked at Obama, if you looked at Clinton, Bush, it was a bipartisan thing to push money for border fences. So people's opinions changed, not because they thought about it more. I think it's because, Trump said this. Or a similar thing with Obama, like, and conservatives, like, in the case of businesses, it's all about money. Yeah, I agree, for sure.
Yeah, I feel I can agree with like you can cancel a person. It's like free advertisement because it can make news, and like you kill a career for exposure, which is terrible. It's honestly not
Well,
cool.
like for example, I can't say
Because-
certain things on Twitch, but I don't think that's like I would like to say whatever I want, kind of, and it's not like I'm saying crazy shit. But at the same
mean, it
time,
comes-
at the same
it
time,
comes
I
to certain
understand.
degrees.
Yeah.
Like if you're a big personality and you were to speak your mind on something, and like all these people hate it just because of blah blah blah, and you get canceled, and then you lose your sponsorship.
Their opinion changed because the decision came from place. Yeah, but the actual thing didn't change. Border security didn't change. It was the person who was pushing it. Like, if I push a good idea, but I'm a bad person, should we not go for the good idea? Like, do the means matter for the end or whatever? Like that's two different philosophies people have, right? Either people don't care how you get there as long as you get to the good outcome, or the way to get to the outcome has to be like good. Like if you could get both, that's the best case scenario. But
Yeah.
I personally think if the outcome is something that you principally agree with, then it's fine. Well, I don't know. It's a bit complicated.
It's never black and white, like I say.
Nice, Emily.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
What's talking about this stuff?
Yeah.
There's a
Oh.
lot of things that like I want to say, but I'm not going to. And I'm reading
Yeah.
a lot of this chat, and I'm just
A lot-
you know
A lot of this I'm not too well educated in, and like I shouldn't speak on. I feel.
I'm sure everyone is holding back a little,
Yeah.
but I appreciate everyone still. Well, everyone who's talking about it, like being.
I don't know.
respectful.
Emily's going crazy. She's
Emily's
just
going
saying
too much. Yeah.
Yeah, she needs to
like
chill.
calm down, all right?
Come on,
God.
Emily.
We're gonna have to
Fucking
ban
shit,
you.
bro.
I'm not gonna
I think-
mod.
Well-
I'll ban you.
Well, I'm kind of curious. Why do you guys think? And this is for everyone. Why do you guys think that we're so passionate about these like things? Because even now, as I talk about it, like something rises in me as if like it's the end. Like I have, like why can't I just speak
Core
about it so
beliefs, right?
easily? I guess,
Like-
but
Yeah, it's just.
Is
it's-
it?
It's, I think it's because like people don't like to be challenged, or they do like to be challenged, and when they are challenged, they're like either I'm not wrong, yada yada yada, or I don't know. They just always try to defend themselves, so it gets passionate, even though it's not really that quotes passionate.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm passionate about it like you are, Elliot. I'm more of a. I see it, and then
it's funny. My mom says that I'm not passionate about it at all, but it's because like it's hard to talk to my mom about a lot of the stuff. We both get kind of heated.
she wasn't listening to us.
I would love to just be able to sit down one day, Pig, and actually just like have a legit conversation that's not on stream
Sure.
about this topic, but yeah.
See,
Um,
Chimmy has. I would say Chimmy has more reason to be passionate about it for me than me. I think I see things on both sides, and there's good and bad, and I try to split my views as best I can morally, and like have my views the way I think they should be.
Mhm.
And I think I've done fine. I don't think my views affect people around me or hurt people around me. I try to be as respectful as I can to everyone.
Mhm.
I don't. Screw everybody else. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
Just
my
respect
bad.
your
I misphrased that.
surroundings.
I respect everybody except fucking Emily. Come on, Emily, do better.
Gosh dang it,
You're
Emily.
slacking.
Jimmy, I'll talk to your partner in a second, but you say the means to an end do matter. They do, but let's say you have a means to an end where the means to the end is really shitty, but the end is like really drastic, like saving the world. Like you have to kill a baby to save the world. Would you do it? It's stuff that's
So
like that.
that's another topic, Pig. Oof.
It's stuff
I
that
think
like
the
that.
baby
That's a
could.
bit hard. Like for me personally, like that's the thing. Like to me, like if someone says no, I wouldn't save I wouldn't save the world because I don't want to kill the baby. I'd be like, okay, we just have differing like thoughts on this.
Have you-
Like I'm not gonna get mad, you know.
Have
Well,
you
I got
played the
mascara,
Charlie
Emily.
game?
Yeah, the trial game, yeah. Emily, you're fine.
Jimmy, you simp.
Nah, spread love. Yeah, I say I can try to risk my
Hey,
life
you
multiple
can't
times
say
to
that
try to
on
become a
stream,
hotbed
good
of-
lord.
You could say it. You just can't say it derogatorily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you fucking simp.
So if Chimmy doesn't take it derogatorily, then it's fine. People
Okay.
that you see,
I'm
this is
sorry,
an example.
Chimmy.
This is an example. Like, and I probably do this. We all probably do this. We read like the headline and then we just make an assumption. I read the
to
article
Jimmy's
for
point,
Twitch thing. Yeah, go ahead.
is that free speech that you're able to say it and like you're canceled by it? Would you consider that still free speech? Hey, whoa, chill.
Wait, what happened? Cancel.
No free
Well-
speech, bro.
See, Jimmy, are like, I hope we're still good.
Oh yeah, fuck
Even
me.
though-
Cancel him.
even though we don't agree on everything, or maybe I'm wrong on something or whatever, or you're wrong on something, I wish we could, maybe there was never a time like this, but I wish we could just be okay with having differing opinions and just discuss things. Like now I'm gonna think more about what you said before about how they did studies and showed that that the right is
Right.
actually favored more on Twitter and Facebook. Like the fact that you said that, G, makes me
Let me look that
less
up right now.
one side on that opinion, you know? That thinking.
I'm curious now. I'm gonna Google that.
Muscles. There's only one reason I come here, muscles. If the way to get a true utopia was to commit genocide against one group of humans, for that, is it really worth it to get that utopia? Some would say yes. Some would say no. It's a hard question. You know? Cancel ping. It's freedom of speech, not freedom from consequences. But
That's a good way of
but
viewing it.
doesn't freedom of speech require freedom from consequences? Well,
Not
there's
freedom
wait.
from
Yeah.
consequences. Freedom of speech comes with consequences, and people have to be able to accept that.
Yes, like
I
you
mean-
can never
I
have. If you define freedom of speech as something that, like, I don't
you have
define
to be
it
able
as
to.
something that doesn't have consequences, because that's impossible, right?
Yeah.
Can I,
Yeah.
here,
I mean,
my
go for it.
it's like, and I can't remember who said it, but I thought it was kind of accurate in a way. With freedom of speech, you have to be willing to risk offending someone, and not like offending someone like going out of your way to like.
Or you gotta fix your
No.
mic. I'm sorry.
Am I too loud?
You're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're
but
breathing too much. Please hold your breath.
Crackly mostly, if you really get into it.
Yeah. You know, it's like freedom of speech is like you gotta have to risk offending someone, and not like offending someone like going out and calling them different, derogatory terms or something like
we
that.
know what you mean. We know.
Yeah.
Wait.
But like you're gonna say opinion, somebody's not gonna like it, somebody's gonna get offended, and that's just something you're gonna have to be able to live with.
Okay. So
I feel like that's what freedom of speech is.
So
Yeah,
I'm really curious
for
to
real.
figuring out what Chimmy's definition is. So Chimmy says in Brazil, the police will lock up or kill journalists that speak out against the president. So does that mean that the line is if you go to prison or get killed, then that's not freedom of speech? Like, what if you lose like your job? Is that okay? Like, what's the right amount of like what? And that could be fine if you say, oh, if you lose your job for saying crazy shit, fuck it, then fine. That's your position. Like, I'm not going to argue with that. I'm just curious, like, where your line is for that, Freedom of speech is you are not worried about being killed or jailed. Okay, so is that the line? Does that mean you could, if you lose your job, that's okay? I guess that's probably the worst thing that could happen.
Would that be prejudice against like beliefs?
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's the whole problem in this conversation. That's
Okay, cool.
why.
Like say your religion has certain ways of thinking, and just because of your religion you're being canceled and you lose your job. Would be a line in freedom of speech?
Well, Chimmy says as long as it's not a federal job, then it's okay. My line is with the law. But the law is very dynamic,
Yeah.
right? So if the law changed, obviously if it changed enough that you would be jailed or killed, you wouldn't agree with it, right? But if it's a federal job, you would say it's wrong. And if it's not a federal job, you're okay with it. Okay. A private business can do a lot more. As I mentioned, freedom of speech is from the government. Okay.
Yeah.
Again,
You got a
anything
point, you got
I
a good point.
say- and anything I say on the stream is allowed, even if
Well, to
Okay,
that I
maybe
say,
that wasn't
that's
the
what
last
freedom of
round. Sorry,
speech
Emily.
is for.
Are schools fall under the umbrella of government?
Well, okay. So
mean,
wait.
yeah.
Schools are federal. So this is the
Yeah.
line. This is the line. For Chimmy, private businesses can do whatever they want. For Sam, for example, he wants to say whatever he wants, right?
Yeah.
So for him, freedom of speech is breached because private businesses don't let him say whatever he wants. So that's
Mhm.
literally the difference. No, that's it.
Yeah.
How'd
I
you
understand
lose your
both
job
points.
for your
Both
religion?
points bring up good ideas.
I don't think you
But
legally can lose your job
we're-
for religion. But
We're both left
No, you
leaning,
can't.
and
But say you say something on TV and you get chased by a mob, and then the company has to choose, like, all right, this person believes this because of their religion.
but the company
We're gonna
doesn't
drop
have
them.
to choose.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's the problem here.
no, you see,
That's the problem,
luck-
which is
luck-
what you
I-
you guys between brackets, you guys
Ah.
don't get.
yeah, go ahead.
It's the company chooses how they want. It's more freedom of speech
Yeah, that's the
in
thing. It's more.
this country
mean,
between brackets
It's
as it's over there, because
it's okay. It's weird because it's technically more freedom of speech when private businesses can decide. Like, do you want the government to decide everything? Do you want there to be no rules? Like, if you want there to be no rule, like, it's a very, very complex thing, I think. And yeah, I agree with Jimmy.
Yeah.
Companies' number one priority is money. So a lot of the like social policies they push is because the culture is pushing that direction. So it'll help them more, right? That's why companies support Black Lives Matter or like LGBT month, because that helps them, right? That's how I see it, at least.
It pushes a majority. Will it? I don't. Yeah. Do you think it would affect them if like a huge majority of the country would go against those kinds of beliefs?
Well,
Just
I think if majority of country went against the beliefs, the
just
things would switch. Like look
Yeah.
at gay marriage. Gay marriage became legal in 2015, right? I don't think Obama was the special person that was able to get gay marriage passed. Maybe he was. Honestly, I shouldn't say that, because maybe he did
it wasn't. He
push
wasn't,
more.
but
Whatever. I
it
think
could have
what
been a
was,
domino effect.
yeah. My point is, like,
Yeah,
I think
it's domino effect.
he might have
mostly,
did the
but
better things when he was in power. He made the decisions that would make it happen, let's say, or whatever. But like, society was pushing that way already. Like, most younger people now don't care if their friend is gay, right? It doesn't matter to them. And that's why gay marriage is like legal, I think. And like, because no one, like, people still care for sure, and there's still hate against gay people. But I think like younger generation doesn't care as much, and society's like pushing towards that direction. So like policy changes to, anyway. Okay, I'm going to sleep. All right, bye, Emily. Not
It's-
always true
Emily.
though, but
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's Emily again?
it's the same thing as saying Belgium was the first country to introduce women to voting rights, etc. Doesn't mean we were the first to introduce to the whole world that women have voting rights.
good night, Emily.
It's-
Sorry.
In the same category, but hey,
Yeah. Yeah, the thing for me is just like, I do think private businesses should do whatever they want in that regard, but I guess I wish the culture shifted the other way a little bit more, because for me it just feels a little bit too limiting. I think everyone should be exposed to like some hardships and some like challenging conversations and stuff, because I think that makes you stronger as a person. But I could be
Yeah.
wrong. Maybe there's studies on that show that that's
Same.
wrong. I don't know.
it's why I also feel that it's
Good night,
fucking
Emily.
difficult when companies don't fly the LGBT flag or something while it's gay month. Or
Yeah.
sorry if I
Gay month. I'm not sure that's what they call it. I'm not a professional, but
I call it that.
all right.
At what point does
It
challenging
depends.
become harnessing? Oh, harassing.
when it's left month.
At what
No.
at what point does
Anti-right month.
all right, bro? Come on, guys. At what point
No,
does
no, no.
challenging become?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You see
for-
that plays. I used to be like that too, but that just plays into it more because you're just like making
Yeah.
fun of it and not taking it seriously, and then it just like becomes a
It's
shouting
it's-
match and not an argument, like a
That's
discussion.
Yeah.
that's the problem. I don't.
doing it
mean
right now.
As just kidding.
I know,
don't
but the
mean
way
it.
you're putting it across, it's the same exact
You
way
know
I used to
why?
do it.
You know why?
But it's not effective.
And-
It's like, what's the point of doing that? You're just
Yeah.
making people more angry, and they're never gonna want to change.
No.
I don't know. At what point does challenging become harassing? I don't know, but I think with words, I think harassment is okay. I think if 1,000 people come in here and call me a filthy
Yeah.
Jew, I think that's okay. I th-
Problem with
I-
harassment between brackets is it's personal to people. Sorry to interrupt you, by
no,
the
you're
way.
fine. You're fine.
It's personal to people, but it's also you don't gotta limit your shit by it.
Yeah.
Even though I do it myself.
Yeah. So Jimmy says, "What about life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness?" Yes, that's why I say, like, if there are studies that show that getting away from harassment makes you a stronger person or like makes you happier long term, then maybe. But I don't know. Like, I like the ignorance is bliss type of mindset. I don't like, I mean, the ignorance is bliss type of mindset. So me personally, like, if someone, like, I asked the girl out once and she said no. And I said, why? And she didn't want to tell me why. And for me, it was like, I don't even care if you think I'm ugly, you think I'm a dumbass, whatever. I would want to know why. So
Mm-hmm.
so it depends. I'm not. That's a really hard one. Like for me personally, I think I would rather
Yeah,
have all that harassment, but maybe it's better that we don't. I don't know.
Why do you think she said no?
It's because
Um,
he's Jewish.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know why, and that's what I don't like. Right?
Yeah.
No one likes the unknown, and when you don't know
Indeed.
and when you don't know something, a lot of times you'll just like assume it a certain way. So that's why I want to know. That's why I say maybe it was because I have different views on life. Maybe it was because she thought I was ugly. Maybe she thought I was too crazy. Maybe I was too boring. Like, I have no idea.
It's a lot of shit that you don't know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I agree, Chi, with what you're saying. You say it's okay, dude, and maybe Jew isn't your trigger, but I bet you'd probably stop streaming if it was a continuous thing. Yeah, I'd probably want to find ways to get rid of that. You're right.
you're gonna find ways to get rid of that, indeed.
Which is
and
why
It's
I
not gonna make you stop stream.
no, I think it would.
Sorry.
Like if the whole chat all the time was like, you filthy Jew, you filthy Jew, I think I wouldn't care in the beginning, but like that would probably affect anyone, right?
Consistently, of course.
And like
Here's
wait, last one. I know I'm talking a lot.
Yep.
Uh,
No, you're fine.
like a lot of people on the right or this position I'm saying is like, oh, freedom of speech, like all complete freedom. But at the same time, it's like I'm banning people in chat. You know? Why aren't I giving them the freedom to say what they want to say? I have my own reasons, right? I want to make chat a certain type of place, certain type of community, but
Yeah.
I'm still doing that. Like I'm still banning people. You know?
It's your own safe.
Right.
It's your own safe space. It's
right.
Yeah.
yeah.
So-
There's no
so-
reason that you have to admit any fucking
Yeah, but I'm censoring speech, right?
But
Yeah.
here,
for your own reasons.
Yeah, but I'm still censoring
For his
speech.
community.
if yeah, if everyone in your chat, right, was just saying this nasty stuff about you, you know, the worst thing that you like not just you, but a person could do in general is just like stop streaming, because then you just give them what they want. You know, they're like, oh, we bullied them out of.
No,
You know?
but no one can be so strong to like take a shit ton of hate.
Well,
Like
no,
I used
but
to
there,
think
there
I
are
was
other options.
yeah, but still, like in our individual lives, we take actions that are very hypocritical to our own values, and
That's true.
we have to recognize that. Like I used to think that like I don't know. I used to think, oh, freedom of speech completely free except like saying fire, because unless it hurts other people physically, But then,
incites a riot.
but Jimmy makes a
that what I'm
point. Like, if 1,000 people a day would say, "You filthy Jew," every single day, and Twitch was the only, and any place I streamed, they would say, "You filthy Jew," and that was the only thing in chat, and I didn't have a way to stop that. Why would I want to continue streaming, right?
It's also, if you just gotta look at it a little bit of a different way. If everybody started calling you the N-word,
Mm-hmm.
I
you're
mean,
just gonna ban them, and you're still gonna start keep streaming then.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is if you have the ability to ban, then you have the ability to go on. My whole point is that I think it goes too far. But that's because my lines for what like I find acceptable are different than
But
like
that's
what society
for your
or
channel. It makes it maybe a certain point of view in your channel then, but isn't that what you want between brackets? Like people confirming, not confirming your view, but sort of conforming, like same as you think. Don't
yeah,
you want
but
that?
okay, I'm telling you yeah, kind of.
I-
All right, let me
It's I'm bad at choosing my words at the moment, but
you're fine.
It happens to all of us.
Yeah. But then playing devil advocate as you like to do, maybe you're okay with all speech because you're not that affected by it. No, but I think I would be affected if, like, Jimmy makes a good point. If everyone said filthy Jew, well, he didn't necessarily say this, but I just like thought of this. Yeah, I wouldn't want that. I just think it seems like it's gone too far and people are too sensitive. But at the same time, I have no real way to know that, so I don't know. The Truth Social has political block terms, even though it promotes freedom of speech.
One of the things I'm
Think of all the past-
right-leaning towards between brackets. Jimmy says those microaggressions are prolific because it's the norm between brackets. It isn't.
I don't know. Saying it isn't is not a good argument, whether I agree with you or not.
Yeah. You can't say that. That's. I feel like.
Well, you could say whatever you want, but like.
Well, he can say it. I mean, I feel like.
Yeah.
Over here it is.
But you see how specific I am, and it might be like annoying and stuff. I think that's better, because we're more honest with ourselves, and I don't know.
Also, Chimmy has a completely different view to you.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like he was just talking about it. But
again,
yeah,
I'm also playing devil's advocate because I'm left-leaning myself. It's most of the people in this voice chat are right-leaning.
I don't know. I honestly don't know what I know.
Two people are right-leaning. One is maybe centrist, and I'm left-leaning.
Okay.
I would consider myself. I don't know.
Jimmy says, I mean, Christianity is the norm in America. That is true. I think it's like 60,
Not
70.
to put you in any points, by the way, Daniel. Sorry.
Okay.
I think 60 to 70% of Americans are Christian. But then you also have to ask, like, what percentage of those people actually hold Christian values? It's probably a good amount, actually. But yeah.
It's also what
Australia's
percentage of Americans have been cured?
No, look. If you fight against his argument, you would have to bring up your own for me personally, if I look at a Gallup poll, I think that's good enough. And like because the way they do their studies is like statistically like good, meaning that the way to do a good study is a what is it called? Standardized random sample or something.
If it's been a standardized study, okay, but
yeah,
give me the link then. Give me the
No, it is.
Give me the source.
I could give you the link, but
and
it's like 60-70% of Americans are Christian.
Really?
Yeah. But you would also have to like ask like what does Christian mean, right? I think most first world countries are becoming more secular, so younger generations probably are like Christian but don't hold completely to like all the values. Like for me, and this is a personal experience thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Like for me personally, like I'm Jewish, but you know, I don't know. I don't necessarily like believe in the God in God. I don't know if there is a God. I don't, hate gay people or not hate, but like I don't hold all these values that maybe Jews in the past did. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that could be completely true, Jimmy.
It's
Wait,
the
so is
same.
hot dog a sandwich?
Oh, bro, that I'm gonna get mad about, bro. It is a sandwich.
No, it's
It
not.
isn't.
Oh
It
my!
isn't.
How is it? It's a
It's
dog
not a
in a
sandwich.
bun, bro. What? Okay, what's a sandwich?
2 individual slices of bread
Oh,
with
my-
meat and toppings in between.
Okay,
What
okay.
what are we talking about?
If a
I
hot dog
zoned
is a
out.
sandwich,
Doesn't have
Oh,
to be. Doesn't have to be
Can we get a
2
vote?
individual slices, but there has to be meat and toppings. And the most time you get a hot dog is without toppings. So a
Can-
hot
can-
dog.
bro, I've done this whole thing on stream before. We've looked at videos, bro. Like, I don't know, man.
It
What's your-
isn't.
group?
It
We have a
isn't
guy-
a sandwich.
Guys, this is what we actually have to think about. What is the definition of a sandwich, right? And then we can go from there. All right, that's the first thing. Okay, let's start at the very core of things.
I
What
spelled
is
sandwich
a
wrong.
I do think it's probably a good time to get this, going.
You think the bread has to be separated? Okay.
I
Let's,
personally think the sandwich has
That's
to
true.
be 2 separate slices of bread.
all right. So let me ask you a
I
question.
personally think there has to be toppings.
Let me ask you a question.
Well,
though.
then,
Wait, should we play
so
Mario
I-
Kart? Is that better while talking?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think Mario Kart would be more fun.
Okay.
In that same sense, is a burger is also a sandwich in your sense because they're both separated. The
And they
buns.
both have
That is true.
toppings.
Here's what
Exactly.
here's what I'm
Wait,
gonna
wait.
here's what I'm gonna
Go ahead.
if I asked someone to bring me a sandwich, right? I'd be very disappointed if they brought me a hot dog and a hamburger right? Like,
So
I wouldn't say they're wrong, but I'm like, or like their definition of a sandwich is wrong, but I don't think that's what a sandwich is.
so stop comparing it to that. So no hot dogs and no hamburgers. So the rest is a sandwich.
Well, but right, but but like, what if I let's just say I asked you, right? Hey, can you bring me a sandwich? You said sure, and then you brought me a hot dog. Like,
I mean, that's a good
Bruh.
point. That's a good
Bruh.
point.
Bruh.
like at
Alright.
what
Bruh.
point? Like, come on, really?
Okay, wait. Okay. So what
Or
are
if you
the...
brought me a hamburger, I wouldn't be disappointed. I guess I'd just be like,
do
well,
you
this
want
isn't a.
me? Do you want me to clip the fucking? You literally fucking said yourself.
I still have the title as karaoke.
Anyway,
Anyway, guys,
Anyway,
I genuinely appreciate it. I know it's,
are peanuts coladas?
Okay, I'm just saying, I genuinely appreciate the conversation from before. Like, we're obviously done with it now. Don't worry. But I
Yeah,
appreciate
same.
it. I like doing that from time to time. So.
I'll be waiting for my check in the mail. For that.
I love seeing different points of view, and I'd love to talk with Rosquilla? Ros.
Rosquilla.
Ros.
Wait. We still have
And
to be.
Danielle after this, but
Not me though. I see how it is. Okay.
Yeah, well, nobody likes you, so
Well,
I know, nobody likes me either. So
I like you, bro, and it's not just because you give me money. I promise.
Just kidding.
I think you're.
I like Sam
Stop.
more.
Stop.
I like how it's a common joke that we all fuck with Ping, and we always say shit to Ping.
Fuck you guys.
It's
I-
Jared. It's Ross.
But it's always above Ping, Jared, Liam, Janelle, Danelle, Doctor, Joctor, and then maybe Ping.
Don't forget
Think
about
that's a
BK, Emily,
Oh yeah,
Nico,
BK,
Amanda,
Emily. Oh yeah, Amanda.
Jamari.
Possibly Joshi. Oh yeah, Little Stubbs, and then
Little-
Ping.
No. Don't forget Jimmy. Jimmy.
All right. Good night,
else?
Jimmy. No, he's going to sleep. Good night. I appreciate the
good night, Jimmy.
conversation. I think
Just
Yeah, I
remember,
think
all
it was
love
great.
from here, man.
it was
Yeah,
great.
No hate
Thank you.
needed, just love.
Jimmy, this is a
That-
full-on.
Okay, I'm gonna go kill Jimmy now. He said sandwich.
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 He fixed it. He fixed
Sorry,
it.
Jimmy.
And
Sorry, Jimmy. This was
sorry.
your last night.
Yeah, sorry to the rest of chat who just didn't want to talk
Yeah.
about that. I apologize.
We're-
All right, let me read. How
I'll
about
be,
I
I'll be
think
available afterward for my Q&A.
a honestly?
my Q&A
I think
book signing.
that's
My
the best
book
thing.
signing will be at 9.
Nice. Okay, how about instead of meat being a requirement, wouldn't a broader term like protein fit better? No, I think that gets more complicated. An item food consisting of 2 pieces of bread with meat, cheese, or other filling between them, eaten as a light meal. Okay, so then
Like
that
a
would be a hot
a
beef.
ham-
A hot dog would be a hot dog would fit that definition.
I don't know, because I eat hot dogs like for like supper, like as like an actual supper, not like. I guess it's different too, because like in the Midwest you eat hot dogs for supper. In New York, you guys are eating it as like a snack while you're walking down the street.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, Moog, what's up? Is
But
hot
if
dog
you-
a sandwich?
If you're going by
have a
the
question.
Wikipedia
How did
definition,
this conversation start?
We're
Because
talking
we're
about
switching
politics, and then they wanted to
Y-
switch
You're
it.
welcome. I switched the convo because it was
No,
getting too
honestly,
deep.
I think it naturally came to its own conclusion.
a sandwich
I was
is a
personally
food
happy with where it
typically
ended.
consisting of vegetables, sliced cheese or meat, placed
It-
on between slices of bread.
Yeah, like a hot dog is a
So-
sandwich.
Consisting
Like-
of vegetables.
No, look at the definition they put in chat though. Yo,
Fuck
what's
this
up,
defi-
Chris? It's
Wikipedia
2:30.
is better than the definition they put in chat.
Wait, they got a Wikipedia definition actually. I think.
Do you want me to share my screen?
No.
So,
Wait, give me a second. I want to read what Jimmy read. Rowan. Actually, I did want to say it's quite the feat that you have been able to entertain so many people for so many hours. You're generally a great. Aw. I also honestly really appreciate you when I think when you talk about really deep stuff, I appreciate it. You're always
Webster
chill here,
Dictionary.
and
Good
you
thing.
you talked like about all this stuff, normally, and I appreciate that a
It's
lot.
also, if we're gonna end on the politics bullshit.
Love you too.
We have
No, that's
one
it.
left.
We're done. We're
no,
done.
no. We have one left leaning and 3 right
No,
slash
no. We don't know what-
centrist
Maybe. I don't know.
slash non-knowing
at-
people.
I'll be
I'm
honest.
a
I don't know.
agnostic.
I don't know if
I'm
half of us
agnostic.
even
I'm
know what we are.
agnostic. I'm
Okay.
I'm not left or right. I don't know.
I'm spacianist.
I'm a left.
I'm
I'm
spacianist.
I'm a lefty. I write with my left hand.
I mean, I am left-handed.
My
But-
ex was left-handed.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
just
Do you
wanted
miss her?
to say we're
I do.
we're all over the place in this voice chat. So
If we're gonna talk about people being discriminated, let's talk about left-handers. Like everything in this world is made for
True.
right-handed people.
True. But you know what? It's not a big deal. Like
It is. A
I
big
play
deal.
guitar.
We
It
live in a
is.
while-
No,
It is.
It's not. I play
Whiteboard?
guitar.
White-
I play guitar. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, but if you
Whiteboard?
speak Hebrew, it's
Pencil
good
and
for
paper?
lefties. No, if you speak Hebrew, it's good for us because it's right to
Well,
left.
Well, guess what, Ping? no one speaks Hebrew except you and the people in,
I thought
Israel.
Ross was gonna say nobody cares.
Nobody cares, Ping.
Wait, listen.
Get a
If you
job.
go, if you go down to, I think the best solution is you writing from top to bottom, because then lefties and righties are good, right? Oh
Wait,
no.
what?
Have you ever wrote?
No,
have
that doesn't
you
that
ever-
doesn't work because then if the next
Have-
page has to
It
be
doesn't.
yeah, that
No.
doesn't
Have you
make sense.
have you
Never
ever
mind.
Fully
wrote in
doesn't.
a ringed notebook, ring binder notebook, or whatever they're called? Those things
Yeah.
are a pain in the butt.
Yeah, that is so
For
true.
real?
My
And
ink has
just-
always
Scissors?
yes.
Scissors. I had to
Yeah.
get
No, no, they're-
left-handed scissors.
But they're
Oh,
small
yeah.
inconceivable.
Left-handed scissors.
They're small
Fuck that bullshit.
inconveniences, bro. They're fine.
I-
Like I don't know.
Wait,
Okay, wait,
there's
wait, wait,
left
wait.
hand.
For,
What?
for scissors, you can use your right hand. You don't need
Except-
left-handed scissors.
Except here's the thing.
Yeah,
When
you
you're-
can
when-
use your right hand.
I use
but
both for cutting.
You're
paper.
you're
Oh, yeah,
used
so do
to
I.
using your
Stop
left
showing
hand,
off, bro.
but you have to conform to using right
honestly,
hand. scissors.
Honestly,
not-
honestly,
I'm
like,
not gonna conform to society, okay? I'm not. You cannot make me.
we
Rasquila, do you play guitar?
Yes.
Do you play guitar?
What?
Do you
No,
play
I don't
guitar?
play guitar.
I
Okay.
broke my system. We
Never
have
mind.
to conform to right-handed scissors
All right.
because
Did you know-
that's the most.
Did you know-
Did you guys know that was
Yes.
a thing? Like,
Yes.
like teachers
Yes.
forced
Yes.
student.
I already
one's
know what you're gonna
asking
say.
you-
I know what you're
No
gonna
one asked
say.
you, Pig.
You're gonna say
Pig,
they
nobody
force
I don't know.
lefties. They force lefties to
Pig.
become righties. I wanted to talk
Yeah,
about that.
Pig.
That's why.
Bruh.
Ping,
Okay, go
Ping,
ahead.
You're
sorry.
not. You're,
I'm
you're not
sorry.
allowed to have an opinion here. Whose stream do you think this is?
Dude, I remember my teacher tried to change how I wrote, and like I was
Bruh,
like, "What
for
the hell?"
real.
I was like, "I write well. Like I'm not writing bad. You
I-
understand what I'm saying?"
I
was
can
like,
write. I can write Cyrillic. Why the fuck are you trying to let
Ma-
me write with my right hand? Stop.
People
Sorry
thought it was
to
a sign of the
interrupt you,
devil.
by the way, Danil.
Go ahead, Rasquila.
Danil, talk.
"Wait, what?"
No,
You
People
were
thought-
talking. I interrupted you.
no, Rasquila
I
was
don't even
gonna.
remember. I'm playing Mario
We
Kart.
Wait, you're not here in the game. Oh,
I
you
am
He's in
playing
front
are.
of you. What the fuck?
I
are
thought
you
that was
talking
Rosie
about?
for some reason.
If-
Rosie's
if-
brown hair. I'm pink.
Bro, let him talk.
It literally says Janelle in front of him.
I want to read chat too. Let him talk. Go ahead.
Nah, people just like the people thought it was a sign of the devil.
Yep.
It
Mhm.
is.
So
Solar
is
true.
666,
My-
right?
my my uncle, he was a left. He started writing with his left hand, and his teacher like broke a meter stick over his hands because he wasn't
Mhm.
using.
Yeah, get out of here. Sorry.
Fuck off!
My mom was left-handed, and
Yeah.
she got her hand broken because she was left-handed, and she only wrote left-handed.
About the high school education system. No, I'm just kidding.
About that.
Can I say
my,
something?
no.
No?
My
Yeah?
aunt. My aunt was forced to write with her right hand.
Shut the fuck up, Ping.
All right, go ahead.
Danelle.
Danelle,
No,
Danelle, Danelle, the floor is yours.
no.
Hello, I'm Rasquila. I was a born left-hander. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Oh my god. Me too.
Yeah.
I was born left-hander, and I promote right-hander.
Ow.
Promoting right.
Bro, stop.
Good.
Stop
That-
what?
That sounds bad. That actually sounds bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait,
that
wait.
was the meaning.
Wait, I'm actually. Can we? Is it possible to have a poll? Like, I want to know how many people in chat are left-handed and who are right-handed.
Oh yeah, that's a nice.
Oh,
point.
Schachter.
Not politically.
That's pretty political, guys.
No, just
Well, you know
just
the
put
right-
in between brackets, not political.
no, because
No!
that was good. That was mad good. So was that.
Hey,
Not
Ping,
as good though. Sorry.
I'll donate $10 if you just drive off the side of the map right now.
Okay.
So,
What? I can't though. There's a fence. Wait.
There's.
What a
You-
pussy.
I'm
You
watching
can
the stream. I can
you-
see that you.
you
Oh.
can drive
delay.
into the fence constantly.
You got
There's,
two
like-
more laps.
You're right. I'll do it. I'll do it.
True. It's only
No. There's
one
no
out
fence
of
here.
three.
I got you, bro.
bro,
I
it's a
just did it.
1v1.
I just did it. Can I get $10 now?
I'm just joking.
That's fucked up.
I'm still ahead of him though. Let's go. You're cheating like with the bike. Get a normal car, bro. I don't drive a car. Why would I do that? Yo, Dylan, thanks for the follow.
Yeah.
Your name
Dude.
looks
Yes,
familiar.
Mugren. Yes.
Do you have a driver's license though?
Nope.
Yes. I don't.
I need
don't
to
know
get
who
one.
Mugren is, but yes.
You don't think you have one? Or what did
No,
you
no,
say?
I don't. Huh? Yeah, what did I say? I don't have one, but I should get one.
Things high.
For some reason, I thought you said I
Welcome.
don't think I have one.
I think I did say that because I'm dumb. Oh, I figured that's what it was, Moog. Thank you.
Janelle, you're bad.
It's 1:30. I should go to bed, but I'm having so much fun here right
Shut
now.
the fuck up. It's
Aw.
8:30 a.m.
Bro.
here.
Yeah, but you're crazy, Sam. You're crazy.
Sam, go to
Thinking-
bed.
I think I'm just gonna stay awake and
Wha-
go
wait.
to a party in 5
Crazy.
hours.
Did you say 8:30 a.m.?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Don't you have a job?
Damn.
It's Sunday.
Good point. I mean,
Damn.
I don't have to work on the weekends, but
I'm a
Wait,
programmer.
you guys have jobs?
Yes.
Aw. Why'd you say sadly yes? Welcome, Dylan. Yeah, you could join for sure. I'm from the land of best scissors. Nice.
no. I don't have a job right now. No.
He has a job giving
I'm-
gift
I'm-
subs to streamers.
Indeed.
I
I'm
miss the old days.
I'm surviving on my getting
All right.
fired money.
By the way, me and Sam are only here because we gifted 50+ subs. You
Mhm.
too can get in this voice chat if
Yes,
you donate
yes.
50.
No, no.
No, no.
Donate 50 plus subs and you get in the voice chat.
Honestly,
talk to
if you
Ping.
do that and you say
It-
something,
I-
I'll put
If
you in the voice
if
chat.
you do it right now,
I'll put you in the
we're
voice
all
chat.
good.
But
I
if
just
you say
have,
some
I have
crazy
a really
shit,
good relation.
sorry. Go ahead.
No.
I have a really good relationship with Ping's stepmom, so
Oh,
I mean
why
that's
you
how
gotta
I
tell
got.
them?
Yo, you too?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my.
Sorry.
No, he
The
actually
only
has
reason-
a great one.
I do gotta admit the only reason I'm here is because I got a really good relationship with his stepsis. But
Oh my, bro.
Oh, you
Is that why she hasn't
you
come
got-
back home?
You got stepsis, huh?
that's
I
where
miss
she
her.
got that foam. Yeah.
I
Oh,
suck.
that's also where she
Added
got
you?
that.
I got you, bro. After this game. Go ahead.
Nail polish.
Oh, you saw that, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, everyone in chat, type your favorite fruit and just spam it in chat for Ping.
Just one last thing. The reason I like talking about politics on stream.
Oh dear God.
Shut the fuck up.
No, it's because it makes me feel like I'm close to you guys, you know? It makes me feel more comfortable to say
Ping,
stuff.
Ping, can you get up? I need to go use the bathroom. You got to stop sitting on my lap, all right?
Okay.
Bro, I can't
Orange,
spell fruit.
mango, apple.
Good
Wait,
I
ones,
can't
good
spell
ones.
fruit.
Kiwi,
How the fuck you spell fruit?
Fruit.
with your mouth. Oh.
Some people use their hands.
Where the fuck do you need to spell fruit?
Bro,
He's
I've
got to
been-
Google it. He's not sure what a fruit is.
No, actually. how do you spell fruit?
FR.
U
No,
I
Mugren.
T.
Tomatoes a
Ban
fruit.
Mugren.
No, tomatoes
Mugren,
technically
get
not
out
a
of
fruit.
here.
Tomatoes
Ban
not a
'em.
fruit.
No, it
Tomatoes
is a
not a
fruit.
fruit.
But
No,
it's,
I used
it's
to
the
listen.
worst.
It's kind of a fruit. It's kind of not. I read it on some website. It makes sense.
You know what tomato is? It's trash. All right. Nobody eats plain tomato by itself. All right. The best form is in a sauce.
What? Tomato is really good.
Tomato is
Yeah.
trash.
What?
I
I
hate
will-
tomatoes too.
I hate tomatoes.
Dylan
Well, I
seems
hate
That's an opinion.
familiar, by the way. Are you from Jared's stream?
That's why I said hi, Dylan. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, he
Avocado.
looks so familiar. You look so familiar to me, Dylan.
His
Grapefruit.
name seems familiar. I think
I think
I
he's
hate
from
Dylan.
Liam's.
Liam or Jared.
Watch him be like, bro, I don't know. I just want to play some
Yeah, for
Mario
real.
Kart.
I'm just here for the Mario
Guys, like,
Kart.
weird fruit.
Maybe he's
I'm-
a.
Oh, you
here
see,
for
Broke, yeah.
competition.
I knew I recognized
Yeah.
I'm so
I
happy
thought
I
so.
recognize names.
Ping, what's
Welcome.
your favorite fruit?
Wow.
My favorite
Come on,
fruit?
Dylan. You should be here more. Why are you not sub? fucked up.
Stop.
Because
Timmy.
I didn't gift yet.
Yeah, gift him one. Yeah, gift him one.
Oh my god, Sam. Thank you.
Now I
61.
gotta fucking complete it, no?
Jesus.
Bro, 40.
I think you
Wait,
gotta give
40 more.
8 more, so you get to
9.
69.
9.
No, it's not.
Yeah, the 69. Yeah. So many struggles. Either
Don't sit.
either I put it to 70 or I put it to 69.
Bro. It's so funny, like, to me it's like it's a big deal, you know? For you guys it's like, yeah.
Huh? Yeah. It doesn't even fucking matter to you anymore. It's 31 hours.
No, I still try to make it matter in my head, you know? It still matters.
True.
It's still money, you know?
You're on day 5.
Thank you for the
It's no money.
sub,
It's no
Sam.
money. It's only
Oh
hours.
shit, you're on day 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, guys,
Ping.
It's
look
my
how close
fault.
we live. How close we are to
It would have been done before the fucking the karaoke stream he did.
Yeah. What's his name? Dinell was like Dinell
Yeah,
said,
what's his name?
"Where's yeah?" Cuz you're Gnell too. You said, "Where's Sam?" at one point cuz you were gifting a lot and you're like, "Bro, I don't want to keep doing this shit." So that was funny.
Oh yeah, I did say that.
Yeah.
By the way, sorry, go ahead.
Mostly because I wanted to get a hype train going. Because
Yeah.
It was right before I joined as well, but
I
I
try
didn't
to only
even
give
mean
subs.
to. I didn't even mean to.
I only try to give subs when I can see
you
there's
came
hype
through?
trains.
Yeah,
That's fair.
same. Gotta love them
can't-
hype dreams.
I
Hype
would-
trains are great.
I-
Any other
Well,
other subs incoming?
Guys, we're talking a lot.
Bits subs.
I just want to say, Timmy, you have to make your mic louder because I couldn't hear you before.
Me? What?
Dinell, what are you doing?
Bits
Ah,
subs.
Thank you for.
I would-
Rasquela, go
I would-
ahead.
Sorry.
I would give subs if I didn't have so many expenses.
He's such an asshole. He beats me
Expenses
while I
are
give the
such-
sub.
Thank you for.
Expenses are such a bitch ass excuse. Sorry.
I mean,
Thank you, Dinell.
I'm
Thank you
I'm
for
currently
the
working-
sub, Dinell. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm
can
currently
just-
working on setting up something that I can't get into right now, but it's costing me a lot of money.
I'm currently workless, so
And
Stop giving me
I
money
gotta
then.
save.
what's
100K in
the
debt.
$5 to you right now, or even the $1 in
Yeah.
100 bits?
I have
No, listen,
I have to get
listen. Go ahead.
in 3 days. I get a tattoo.
So you're
I
saying
gotta
this
get a
tattoo's
picture.
more important than pain?
Bro,
I see.
stop.
In
Stop.
3 days, I'm gonna
Yes,
do a
yes.
road trip.
Rasquela, they're
Pink-
playing with
Just
you.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay, look, I feel like I've changed so much after living in Japan.
Oh God! Is he gonna
Whatever.
just-
I'm not even gonna continue. Whatever.
Yo.
Whatever.
Wait. Everybody spam this.
Of course.
Oh my!
Wait.
The sleeping one. God,
Oh,
I'm
he
just saying-
knows. He knows.
I'm
me.
just saying. Listen, Japan. Ooh, 2EG went on. Japan has changed me a lot, and I'm still unsure for certain things if it was in a good way or in a bad way. But I think for some things it was in a good way. That's also good, Roscoe. That's good. Yeah, 30 minutes per sub. So, you know. And 30 minutes of entertaining content too. It's not just bullshit, okay?
Yeah, this guy goes on.
I
Like,
even
At least you're not like my friend that ended in a day.
it's not even just
He ended in a
politics.
day.
He just goes
Yeah.
on.
I do. I don't know how I
He was
do it.
playing. He was playing 5M, and he got like I think it was like 30 gifted subs, and then it ended that
Oh.
day.
Wait,
Hey
what did he
guys, we're
make
gonna
it?
Be playing...
Sorry.
I think it was like I think it was like 20 minutes per sub.
Oh, okay.
Hey guys, we're playing Five Nights at Freddy's.
That
Ping
sucks.
opens up the menu. All right, guys, we're gonna be ending
Bro,
this Five Nights
it's
at
so
Freddy's.
You
scary.
literally have such a voice for an opening for a
Ooh, is that
YouTube video.
game free?
Hey guys,
don't
it's
know.
Five Nights at Freddy's. It's
Hey guys, it's Five Nights. Hey guys,
so perfect.
hey guys, Five Nights
great.
at Freddy's.
It's great. Fuck yeah, Japan. Hell yeah, Chris. You see,
Can
me and
can
Chris
I
love
just hire
Japan.
you to open my streams? Hey guys, it's Sam on the mic.
Hey guys, it's Sam here.
He's great, right?
Hey
Stop
guys,
about
welcome
Japan.
to YouTube.
Wait, I'm sorry. Dino, I
how
think that's
are you
better.
not a voice actor?
Dino, I think
What
that
was that?
emote is better.
Yo,
Alright,
who wants to buy
guys.
me Five Nights at Freddy's 4 and I'll play
If
it
only
right
we
now.
could get people to spam it. I know,
I'm
like
gonna-
majority.
You won't get
Or
scared
sub.
to me, even if you're scared of
I'm-
horror stuff.
I'm such a professional
If we get
voice
people to
actor. I'm
spam.
just going to. I'm gonna quit my job and become a voice actor permanently.
Nice.
Just right now.
Just right now. I'm gonna message my boss. Hey, I know it's 1:30 in the morning, but I'm out. Sorry.
It's done with.
He's like, did you get a
Sorry,
new job? Are
I'm
you making
bored.
a lot of money? Like, should I have paid you more? No. I just, I have a good
No.
voice. You know?
I just have the voice of an angel, so
I found my feeling.
I figured out what I truly am. What my calling is.
I still don't know what my calling is, to be honest.
And
Hey,
neither
guys.
of us. Neither of us.
I know my
Welcome
calling.
Welcome
really
to the
Gifting
do?
internet.
gifting subs to
King's
pay.
mom.
Bro.
King's stepmom. Sorry.
And
Why not
now
my mom,
Miss
bro?
Stepmom.
What?
And now we're gonna
Stepmom's
get
mine.
real. What's your true
Hey, Pink.
calling, Danielle?
I have
King's
a game.
stepmom.
Nope. What's your true calling?
Oh, I'm lost.
Hey guys, what does everybody want to do when they
Same,
grow up?
Same.
Uh,
We're all lost.
I'm not
I wanna
lost.
be a fireman.
Speak for yourself, okay? I know what I want out of life. I just don't know how to get that, okay? So
Me
I'm
too.
not.
I also know what I want out of life.
Oh, so
I
you're not
just
as
wanna
lost.
be a fuck boy.
Oh, so you know how to get
I
that.
wanna
That's funny.
I want to retire on a I want to retire on a beach in Cancun. All right,
Oh, I
with
don't
a
want
cat
that.
girl.
This game would scare the shit out of Pink.
Oh,
Sorry,
bro,
sorry,
I'm not
Bing.
playing
Sorry,
it.
Bing. What's your dream? Sorry, Bing. What's your dream?
I've thought about this a lot because I overthink
Mhm.
everything. I wrote
Mhm.
down everything I would want out of life, and I figured out that basically, if every
Are we
day,
for real right now?
yeah,
Just-
for real.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it or?
No.
Sure, of course.
All right. If every
We're
day,
gonna talk about
I'm gonna talk about what?
Go Squilla, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut up, bro.
Bro, he's barely
getting mad
talking. You
annoying.
guys keep what?
I'm joking.
I know you're joking.
Yeah.
I know you're joking. Kumamoto? Nah, that's not my dream. My dream is what I want out of life every day is 3 things. One is to learn
Holy
something.
Canadian
Oh my
bacon.
god, can I say it?
I'm gonna punch people.
I'm a simple
Canadian
man, really.
Canadian bacon.
I'm a simple man.
Canadian
fucking
bacon.
syrup.
All I-
Canadian.
You know
bacon.
Fuck you guys. I don't
all I
care
want in
anymore.
life is a-
Watch him
all I
mute
want-
us.
All I
Nah.
want in life is a
All
piece
I
of
got.
white bread with strawberry jam.
Okay, so we're all gonna be silent.
No.
All right, let's be silent now.
All right.
All right, guys, it's time for Ping to.
All right. So all I want out of
Oh, man.
Go ahead, Ping. Say what you want out
Why
of
are
life.
you? What I want out of life is three.
Sorry.
Yeah,
You
that's
really left your friends for this, huh?
I know, right? They're singing karaoke. They're singing their hearts out. No, bro, this is a subathon. If I stayed there, I would be the biggest asshole.
Yeah.
I've already been going for a couple of hours to tutor and stuff,
Yeah.
but I pause the
And now
timer
you're
when
gonna
I
be
do
the
that.
biggest ass on stream.
It'd be like that. What's
Panda.
up, dude?
Yo, Panda.
I felt bad about leaving, like, but I couldn't stream that. You guys are too wild.
Watch all your friends be here and be like, fucking asshole. Like, you really left us for this shit just to get bullied.
I know, right? Listen,
Sam,
I
he
was
just donate 143 more subs.
I was originally planning to where's the unsub button? I was originally planning to just go for dinner. But then they were like everyone was okay with like me streaming. But I could tell like they were uncomfortable. Like I don't want to make them uncomfortable for me just to stream. But I also don't want them to say all this crazy shit on stream. So I had to come home.
What were they saying? If
Oh,
I may
you didn't
ask.
hear?
I don't think so. I was listening to Coco Butt stream.
Nothing.
okay.
Nothing was on stream. Most was just.
It was also very congested with sounds.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping that I had
A mic.
Yeah, I have a mic, but I didn't bring it. I was streaming it on
Oh.
my stream. Yeah, were you?
I was looking at your screen on my computer as I was playing. I was like, "What's happening?"
I'm going Mario standard cart. Nice. Wait, were you actually streaming it, Jude? Bro, I see you when you stream. When you stream, you're not like how you are like with us. So I don't think you streamed it.
He was fake.
It's not. Oh, I don't want to talk about that shit again. But I'm down to if you want. I guess. Yeah, you were streaming it. Yeah, you're different on your stream, which I don't like. I understand, and you understand also. Like, you've streamed. I didn't want to make everyone not be themselves.
Which is fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
You were just doing your part as their friend.
Yeah, I'm happy I at least got to eat dinner with them, and it was fun in the car for you guys, and so it wasn't as it was okay. I just felt really bad that it was kind of hyping up for the karaoke, and then I was like, yeah, I don't know, for you
It was
guys,
mid.
and also that I left them, so that kind of sucked. We didn't mind. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
How was it, Jude?
Dude, actually, Panda June, he messaged me right after. He was like, "What a fucking bitch ass move." I was like, "Yeah, right."
Yeah, pretty much.
Fucking ping.
Hey, you know the grind's real, all right?
Ah! Oh! Who did I just pass? The grind is real.
Ping, how are you only in third place? Come on.
I'm second. Oh, never mind. Hey, you won! Let's go, Moog! Hell yeah. Yeah, I love you, Jude. I love you guys. It's just the subathon will never end. Okay, no more Mario. What happened? Why not?
Oh, no
Dylan.
more Mario. He's gonna change his character.
Oh, I see. That makes more sense because he said he's going Mario standard. Da-da-da. Hell yeah, Moog. Bro. You see, you're not as bad as you thought you were. You're getting your coffee? Nice. Why am I still streaming at this time? Oh, well, I'll be streaming regardless.
God, I need to go to bed.
Wait, I shouldn't have brought that up. So politics.
Oh!
Really early for me.
I'm gone.
You're
All
wel-
right, guys. What's everyone's opinion on the Irish potato famine? All right, let's
I think.
get deep into that conversation.
All right.
The
I think
Irish potato famine.
it killed a
Shit
lot
happened.
of people.
Shit happened.
Potatoes very flexible. We got French fries, French puree, French.
Oh yeah.
I mean potato.
French fries, which are from Belgium.
Is this?
Yeah, they're
is
not
this
from
gonna
France.
Be like, is this the
From
conversation
France.
from Forrest
So
Gump?
so we're just gonna
Shrimp gumbo.
transfer the conversation. French fries are from Belgium because they're Frenched, which is why they're called French fries.
I say
What does
that's
French
cap.
mean?
That's a lie.
Frenched.
I
French.
bet you guys.
That's
It's
a
a
lie.
technique of
All right, guys, you guys got to connect Danny DeVito to the creation of the French fry. Good luck.
egg.
Fair.
You got me. You got me there.
Fair.
Can I offer you an egg in these trying
Egg.
times?
I can connect Hitler to anime.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Ooh.
did you know
Hitler said, and Hitler said, "Ooh."
Hitler said, "Bye, Jews." What?
Hey, are you against
Too far.
Hitler?
Sorry.
Or
I'm sorry.
hey, what happened to
You
Caspian?
see,
by the way?
this
I
is
haven't
like
seen him
I'm
in a minute.
scared to. He died.
Shouldn't
Oh.
be scared.
I'm sorry.
Why did you kill him?
Yeah,
No, you did
I
because he was
personally
ugly.
killed him.
Nah, he's fine.
I was in the bunker while it happened.
You see, like I feel like when talking to someone on voice chat, it's very easy to to see like what's too far. If you say something too far, then you understand, you're being kind, whatever. But when you're streaming, like it's so hard because you don't know what people's ideas are, and you want
We
to care to an
fully
extent, you know.
understand, but
Yeah, sorry. Okay, anyway.
Twitch doesn't like the discussion.
Bye.
and
No, why'd you? Sorry, go ahead.
Fuck out of here, bitch.
No
Twitch doesn't like
worries.
the discussion around it, and if anybody, like literally anybody, just reports it, it's a problem, and that's what I want to protect you against. It's not.
I know what you mean. Thank you. I try to, but sometimes I can't help myself, you know.
I know, and these discussions need to be had.
Wait,
Did you guys know that soldiers were given drugs to stay awake during World War II because they thought it was good vitamins and whatnot?
You're really good at
Turns out it
changing
wasn't.
topics. You're really good at
It
that.
was though, but
I mean, technically, I guess you're not wrong.
they were amphetamines, so after a while they didn't have that effect anymore, and they had a subversive effect.
Yeah, and then they start sending them like another drug to like replace. They're like, "Hey, this is bad," and so they start.
I appreciate it, Yahari. Thank you for at least wanting to watch me. I wasn't there when it happened either. Yeah.
The war crime, the sawed-off shotgun.
Did you guys know that they're putting chemicals in?
Same, Dylan. I have plenty of potatoes, so I'm good.
Skate,
Monkey
do
do
you
good.
understand that?
Monkey do very good.
Frogs.
Dude, think those are good. Alex Jones.
Bro, Alex Jones is my idol.
We all know that thing.
For real,
Wait,
for
give us
We could-
give us
like-
your best impersonation.
like
We could
I
guess
don't
that.
give a better example
Of
for
an
somebody
amazing
that
person.
made something out of him while he was nothing
Ping Pong
before
Masters.
that, except for ping pong.
Oh, nice.
Alex
Ping pong
Jones.
legend.
Anyway,
Hey, so can I ask you guys a very important question?
Only
And this
if
can
it's
go to
about my
chat too if they're
mom.
willing to answer.
Oh, okay.
Ass or tits?
Ass.
Oh, wait, what?
Ass.
Oh,
Ass or tits?
oh, ass, obviously.
Buttocks.
Ass.
All right, cool. We're all people of culture here.
Yeah.
We can all be in
agree.
agreement.
Finally. Finally.
Sorry,
At
Dylan.
least some point we agree on.
Even Jimmy. I know he's an ass guy.
Oh, that was such a good banana. Sorry.
You and
I feel like
Jimmy.
he shouldn't have an opinion at the age of whatever 14.
Chimmy?
Jimmy?
Chimmy's not 14.
Or not Jimmy. I thought you said Chimmy, like the chimichanga guy. I'm like,
Chimichanga?
Yeah, no, Jimmy from before.
Jimmy
Chim-
Churro.
Chimichurro is married and has kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
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 Jimmy in chat. Yeah.
Yikes.
What? No, he's fine.
Whoa.
It's a joke.
No
calm
Jimmy
down,
slander.
Eric.
I will block you.
Yeah.
Chimmy slander.
Block material. Block
Jimmy's a
material.
precious man. here.
Cancel
All right.
material.
Guess I'm canceled.
I mean, it's
I'ma
funny though,
clip
because
this.
like, there are things I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Hey, did you guys
So
know that
Jesus-
bananas had
oh.
seeds?
Do you guys know that
Yes.
Rosquilla is anti abortion? No. Wait, never mind. I shouldn't take. That was just. Alright.
You don't even
Yeah,
know what
shut-
to say.
Let's be careful, okay?
I think the abortion argument is kind of interesting. All right, so
Oh no no
Uh,
no.
let's
no.
go there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just,
No, yeah, that's
It's
I don't think we have-
interesting, but it's
First of
not
all-
a topic for these.
it's.
I
yeah,
think
it's definitely
Dylan.
confusing.
I think
We're
Dylan
all
in
not
chat. Listen,
Appropriate for this topic.
why I could. I have some
for
knowledge on-
real. That's
'cause we're not
also
women?
fucking-
Yeah.
Dylan.
We need at least
Wait,
one
Dylan
woman
hates
here.
Dylan hates Jews. I'm
Uh,
sorry, Dylan. I don't
wow,
know you that
alright.
well. I shouldn't say that. I don't know why.
Dylan.
I'm in this mood to like say stupid shit because of them. I apologize.
I
I'm
would've said
Jewish.
it too.
I say that to people.
No,
Okay?
no,
I'm-
Dylan. Why do you hate Jews? We're looking at you, bro.
No,
wait
stop, stop.
wait till you hate Jews. Wait.
Oh yeah.
Wait for
that's,
it.
That's better because I'm Jewish.
just learn. Just
Bro,
learn to know.
Now Dylan's
thing
gonna
more.
leave and can
That's-
take jokes. Don't worry. Oh, okay. I believe it or not, I don't
Dylan.
only eat potatoes. Oh really? I can't
Dylan,
believe that.
Dylan, what should be our next topic? Post it in chat.
Post it. And why should it be Jews? And why you hate them?
Oh man.
Sometimes I feel
Oh,
like a
man.
little like a little teenager when I say shit like this.
It's fun
Right?
every once in a while.
It
It's
is,
like-
You
Yeah,
don't have
it
to be
is.
serious and honest all the time.
True, I agree.
It's like being high school and again.
I feel like we were too serious for too long.
I feel like
That's
oh, that was a
what we
good
hope,
banana.
But
Such a good bomb. Holy crap!
Wait, my bomb got you?
It got Dylan.
Oh, that was an accident.
All right, I'm here to break the bad news.
You're
Y'all
pregnant?
are getting cold for Christmas. Yes, I'm pregnant. Ping, it's your kid.
Again, bro, I can't have another one.
I'm also pregnant. It's not your kid.
I thought it was mine.
That was a good banana bomb. It isn't yours. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Whoa,
But
why'd
we
you
all
moan,
like
bro?
that noise.
Why'd you moan? That was a little sussy baka right there. But
Someone
All
took
right.
my.
I took
my
it. I
pump.
took it. Ah, I got your pump.
I was gonna take it from. I was gonna use it on Tuki. Or what's the name? Moon.
Moon.
How did I miss that on you? Yo, Dinell. Don't hit me. Don't. I know you stopped to hit me. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Ah, you asshole. Oh yeah? Watch this. What? My rocket took out his. Really? Oh my god. Are you serious? Never mind. I take it all back. You're a god, Dinell. Oh,
Pee poo poo check.
thank
Poo-poo
you.
caca.
Why'd you let me pass you?
It was funny.
Okay. Dylan is owning. What? That bomb didn't hit me? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, that bomb didn't hit. Oh, you fell off the map.
Talk about the Volkswagen.
He didn't even fall off the map. I was just lying blatantly.
uh, Oh, the
If he fell
bomb
off the
fell.
map,
No, no, no.
I
He
would've
said
put
that
him first.
the bomb fell off the map.
Oh, it fell off the. Yeah.
Challenge. There is no exclamation point challenge.
What is he doing? Oh yeah.
Oh,
Sorry, guys. I
he's,
had it.
yeah, he's speed running to get
Oh,
timed out.
man.
10 minutes. Damn, that's a harsh one.
Wow.
I just pressed the button. It does
It's
automatically.
pronounced button. You live in America, but okay.
I
Oh
don't
my
have-
god.
Don't
Bag
take-
what did
or
it say?
bag?
What happened?
I was joking.
I just pressed the button.
Moog said, yeah, there you go. Moog said something funny. Oh, never mind. Where should my camera be for Mario Kart?
Right in the middle of the screen.
Okay,
Wait,
I waited.
that makes no sense. How could it appear on your screen? And then
Esquila, is this
You know-
guy?
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
perfect. That's like that's great. I love
He's
it.
literally riding scooter.
I am. 'Cause I
Look,
don't have a
look at the
license.
knee at the side. He's aiming the scooter right.
That's so funny.
Your mom.
I wish you could get it so it
and-
tracks.
He
Like,
even
blah.
drives it, of course. He has to jump off his chair if he drives off of course.
True. I'll do that. I was gonna make a joke with bombing British.
I was
but
just
never mind.
kidding, but I'd love
How
to
did I
see
hate
that.
you? Oh my god.
I gotta give the content. I was gonna make a joke with bombing British. Bro, you do the same thing I do. I say, I was gonna make the joke, and then I say the joke, kind of.
Mm,
Which is kind of like
Dude.
funny.
Joke
Yeah.
about World War II, but decided not to.
Yeah, like that's what I was
gotta
saying.
love bombing Stalingrad.
Dude, my
Oh,
favorite
what?
person is Stalin. My
I think
favorite
the
quote from
US
Stalin is if food is so good, why isn't there a food too?
That's not his quote, is
Hitler
it?
had some great thoughts. It were just the people around him that. Huh? What? Sorry.
Wasn't there? Wait, wasn't there a soldier? Wasn't there a soldier that like could have killed him, but he was like, nah?
Yeah,
something?
yeah.
Was he just?
There's a lot of things that could
it's a lot.
happen.
Yeah.
True.
Did you know Hitler was in love with his niece?
That's pretty hot. I'm not
But
gonna lie.
then she killed herself because she didn't like the fact that he was
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it anymore.
Did you know the woman he married didn't love him before, but loved him because he was into Nazism?
So you're saying I have
That's
a chance
interesting.
with the girl I'm into?
So if I base my whole personality on Nazism, I might get a girl.
You would have been
you would have been Hitler's.
girl.
Wait, never
A
mind.
girl.
I'm actually okay on a little not super serious note, but I'm actually listening to a podcast right now about how Hitler came to power. It's very interesting.
Okay,
Cool.
that
There's
sounds interesting.
I
Literally-
mean, because
No.
He-
Who?
there's a brief time that he actually like voted with like the Communist Party, like made like the
Yeah,
Nazi Party
he
vote
did.
with the Communist Party in order
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
like win seats and stuff
Didn't
like that.
he just
I'm like,
care about
There's-
power?
there's a lot of under
I mean,
connotations
Well,
yeah.
well, not
We
just,
all-
but
and Jewish fucking bullshit didn't happen. Blah,
Dylan
blah,
knows
blah,
too
blah,
much.
blah.
I'm sorry.
You see, that's the thing for me. It's like,
I really like World War
Yeah,
II
I,
and history.
I-
So
that's why I get your point of view, Ping, but that's why I also don't get it because
I don't know. I like the reason why I don't do all of this stuff all the time is because like I also don't want to attract the wrong type of people, you know?
yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah, we don't want people like Sam.
Yeah.
But since he
Indeed.
donates so much money,
That's the only reason I still live
Let-
around here.
just
Exactly.
a reminder: if you donate 50 subs, you can get in DC with us and talk
60,
about
60.
Why so
60.
much?
Oh, yeah.
This is like
It went up since last time.
It's like the one of the best
inflation.
sub goals, going bald. Like, what can I do after that? Like doing the Hail Hitler sign? Like, I don't know.
No.
I shouldn't do that.
Wait,
No.
the USSR national anthem.
The USSR, bro, that song is so good. You can't even lie.
It's about
And
flowers.
It's a
Is it actually?
banger, though.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
It's so good. I know
If you
because of
just listen-
Call of Duty.
Well, Ping's
Huh?
actually technically a little bit Russian.
True.
Technically.
Come on. So,
No,
I'm German Russian.
Oh,
Doesn't
try
look
and
like one.
try and hold it to today's politics, or maybe the Ukrainian song.
Wait, try what? You want to talk about Ukraine? Okay, so Ukraine and
No.
Russia. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, hold it to today's politics, or maybe the Ukrainian song instead of
Oh.
the
Yeah, that would get more hits, more on the internets.
yeah.
I agree. But I'm not gonna do that. I've thought of becoming a political streamer before, but I also don't want to
Anybody
like.
want
I don't think you could make it as a Jew.
What was that? No!
Holy fuck!
Bad!
Shit, that got the
Bad.
biggest laugh.
Well, I'm happy someone told me. I like how all of us have glasses on Mario Kart. True. Do we? Oh, that's cool.
Someone clip that. That was hilarious.
That hurt
It
my-
was so just like.
that hurt my feelings, bro.
It was
So
so
what?
genuine.
No, it wasn't.
All right.
It
Ping.
was.
Right?
Sorry.
Right?
It
Whatever.
was.
So we're gonna have
Whenever I
to.
make
Okay. I have
Sadly
a
enough,
question. I have a question. My
Mhm.
Mexican friend says that like him and his friends talk a lot of shit about Jews and stuff, like as jokes. Do you
Mm-hmm.
do you why are you saying Sam? This doesn't apply to you. Is that
You want?
is that
I'm in
true?
the
Do you know?
center. I'm in the center of the Holocaust.
Yeah, but you're not Mexican. Unless.
Yeah, he's talking to me.
Yeah, but it's okay. Sam loves having the.
Okay.
the... Damn, Dylan, you
I'll just
owned,
mute.
bro.
I'll just
Eva.
mute.
No, you're fine. You're
He
fine.
doesn't donate to give you money. He donates so like everybody can say, "Oh my God, Sam, you did incredible! Oh my God!
Oh my god, Sam, I love you.
Oh my God."
No, but seriously, do you have do you have that experience? I'm just curious.
Wait,
You could text me it if you want.
Repeat the question, because
Okay.
Sam interrupted it.
Yeah, I'm
So
sorry.
It's okay. So I have a Mexican friend. Oh, okay.
You have a Mexican friend, and they say jokes about Jews.
Yeah. Do you do that?
Do I, with my Mexican friends?
Yeah. That means yeah. It's
No,
fine.
I
I
don't
was
think
just
so.
curious.
Not Jews specifically. I do other things.
Oh, okay.
Like white people.
Like I have IRL friends of like different races.
And you joke
not
about them
Jewish friends.
together, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I do that too.
we joke. But we don't have Jewish friends, so I don't know. Sometimes we joke around about certain stuff. Like we make jokes about like I've told you the pizza joke, right?
Of course.
but-
Well, everyone says
Yeah.
that. The oven stuff.
Well,
Like, come on.
but-
That's not
but-
original.
But we don't do it like every fucking. That's like once in a blue moon.
you see
Oh.
your friends, bro, the Jews in the oven. Ah! It's like the first thing you say
Yeah,
when you
we
see
don't
them.
we don't do that. Their noses are bigger than their pee-pee. No, we don't do that.
Hey, it's the same size, bro.
Same size,
You-
small. Oh, big. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's a compliment.
I don't know.
Oh,
It
you-
feels weird talking about and making. Sorry, I keep interrupting. Making and these jokes and talking about this stuff in today's climate. To be honest.
It's.
Oh.
I think a comedy is a good like a relief to serious topics.
Oh no, I
Sometimes
agree.
You need it.
But like real life with like IRL friends, it's whatever. But on the internet, when streaming, it's like, I don't know.
Well,
It-
you're
it
not
stops me
racist.
from
Name
streaming.
every black person.
My friend.
Jamal, Jeremy, Jason, Jackson,
Jeremy. Sorry. First off,
Michael, LeBron,
Michael.
I
Stephen
found a
Curry,
I found a perfect clip to.
Jamal Murray,
I don't know. Because also I feel
Dwayne
like
Wade,
if people feel
Shaquille O'Neal,
uncomfortable, if people feel
Dwayne
uncomfortable,
Casey.
guys,
Chanel was cancelled.
if people say if feel uncomfortable, they might not like voice those concerns on chat, and then I would feel kind of bad.
Dang, I thought we got over this. We don't want to talk about it anymore.
No, I'm saying like
Yeah.
everything. I don't know.
Oh.
I can change the title of the clip if you want, but
Can't make it a no. I don't care.
Okay.
So,
so
you
tired.
come here often?
I do have
most
to
of
be
the
here.
sadly enough, yeah.
I
It's
have
because
to be
of
here.
the Jew.
Ping has my family in his basement
I do.
currently.
I do.
Yeah.
He told me I have to be mod here for like while he's streaming.
Yep.
You know,
I
you
only get 2
know.
breaks.
I
So
told
that
you
was
I
what
was
that noise
Belgian.
was.
I told you I was Belgian. My Ping holds my parents hostage
I do.
as consideration for the war.
I do.
Sadly.
They still
Wait, you're
haven't
Belgian?
apologized.
Mm-hmm.
Waffles, yeah.
Like the country next to
Yeah, the country that exists solely because of World War One.
Oh.
You think we know that?
Your soccer team is really good. Who's your
I was
right?
joking.
You got a good
Yeah,
soccer team.
fucking
You
the
got
bitch.
yeah, him.
Mm-hmm.
The other one?
Yeah.
Van Dyke, right?
Yes.
Van Dyke's so dope. Yeah, damn, your Belgium soccer team, bro. They're gonna win it. I got a feeling.
Only keepers. That's the only thing we have.
You
Sadly.
have a lot. What do you mean? You have a lot of good players.
Yeah,
I can't name them.
but they're all in fucking teams that are playing for other countries.
You guys want to hear what I want out of life?
Are we back on this topic?
No? Okay. Anyone in chat? I'll type a pair. I feel like everyone left, but I don't know. I shouldn't say that.
Let me check the
Hey,
views.
Ping,
400 million.
4 people.
tell us what you want. Tell us what you want, what you really, really want.
I want to know.
And if you really, really won, you really, really won.
Oh, that was a good bomb.
It's-
Wait,
it's
are
not
people?
4 ping. It's more than 4.
Okay, it's 5. Is
No,
it a good
it's
amount?
double digits.
People are chilling. Okay.
It's double
Um,
digits.
All right. Because
Yeah.
as much as I don't like looking at the viewer count, I feel like sometimes it is a good indication of like, you know, if people are like chilling.
I'm not gonna tell you how much it is. I'll just tell you if it's single or double.
Remember, Ping, the only thing that matters is the viewer count. No, I'm just kidding.
Kind of. Like followers don't matter as much because people could follow and never come back, which happens a lot.
Not to me. Everyone that follows me just all of them come back. No, that doesn't happen.
That's cap. That's
I
cap.
wish.
Yeah.
I wish that happened.
So like someone said congrats on 600 followers, and I appreciate that. But like it doesn't affect me that much, you know? Like at all, pretty much.
I was
Like,
I was excited when I hit 250.
I think I was just excited for 50 to get affiliate, and that's it.
That is true. I got really excited. I went out to my parents' place when that happened.
Oh,
It's
nice.
like, guys, I got affiliate, and they're
They're
like,
like,
"What does
"What?"
that mean?"
I will say though that
Like-
for certain sponsorships and stuff, a lot of companies don't understand that followers doesn't equal viewers. So you could get some good from my understanding, some good like sponsorships that pay really well if you have a lot of followers. So I was that far
Yeah,
behind. Jesus.
That is true.
Yeah, so I guess followers do count. So I am happy with 600. 666. That would be nice. You're not coming
Or she'll
back?
do double digits, she'll take
Aiton's
you'll
lucky
get
number.
noticed by like G Fuel and shit.
Bro, why is your mic so
Um,
low, Timmy?
Because I'm quiet right now.
Oh, okay. I'll max out.
He's a kid. He's with his family, bro. He's gotta be quiet.
or they'll
Come on.
they'll hear the echo on the stream.
Not all of us can be in our basement being loud.
Yeah, Peyton.
I gotta hop off. I gotta leave. Otherwise, I will not go to bed, and I need some sleep. So peace out, guys.
All
Fuck your
right.
sleep, bitch.
Oh,
Whoa.
shit. Whoa,
That's
Tim.
it. That's it. I'm coming for you, Timmy.
Timmy doesn't say shift this one time. He's like,
Fuck your
he
sleep.
woke up violent.
Timmy is mad chill.
All right,
Stop!
Timmy
Shut
just-
all right. I'm
the
leaving.
fuck
All right,
up.
yeah.
Jimmy,
See
Hey,
ya,
Timmy,
bro.
Mute him,
Shut
mute him,
up.
mute him.
Jimmy.
Wanted, wow.
See
Yeah.
ya. Thank
Wait,
you,
was
that Jimmy?
Rasquela.
I just came out of muted, so
Jimmy, can you please not yell?
I'm sorry.
It's so loud.
I'm sorry.
Who's loud?
Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Oh,
I don't hear Jimmy.
Was Jimmy here?
Jimmy's not here.
Who joined?
Oh, Rasquela. You thought that was Jimmy? Lol.
Yeah.
Awkward. Sorry, go ahead.
I heard something that sounded like Jimmy. I was like,
I-
Jimmy.
I
Oh.
said Jimmy.
Oh, dude, I'm so confused.
So how's the weather
I
today?
heard- I swear to God that. Oh, I'm sorry, Ping. I swear to God that.
That was funny. Good
I swear to
delivery.
God, I heard Jimmy.
Oh. Maybe you're just
It
hearing
was
things.
like,
You just miss
I
him.
feel unwanted here or something like that.
Yeah, so why are you still here?
No, that's what Jimmy said, but
Oh.
he'd be watching stream. He'd be asleep. He's been working on his movie.
True. Wait, did Rasquela actually
Anyone wanna
leave?
play anything? Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
He
okay.
went to sleep.
You want to play Mario Kart?
No, I don't have Mario.
You want to play
Yeah,
Yeah, see,
Genshin?
it's Jimmy. Jimmy.
Wait,
hey.
it is?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in chat. You're right. It is
Bro,
Jimmy.
I
Hey,
told you I heard him.
Jimmy!
Did
Yeah,
you
there
enter
was-
like 3 minutes ago?
What? No, that wasn't me.
Fuck
Oh,
off.
he's smile. I could hear your smile.
I heard your voice. I was like, what the fuck?
He joined.
How you
yelled,
doing,
and
bro?
laughed.
Me? I'm tired. I'm doing okay. I saw your stream of Mario
play.
Kart, and I was like, hmm.
Come on,
I
come
might
on.
gotta join in.
Hell
some
yeah.
games, I'm not gonna lie.
Hell yeah.
Dude, you missed the best conversation there.
Oh yeah, we're talking
What
about
happened?
politics.
Oh, are you actually?
Yeah. I don't know if that was the best
God.
conversation, but
It got heated. It got a little heated.
yeah, Sam
What-
was
what
yelling
were
at me.
people s-
Dinell unsubbed to me. But we're good now.
Yeah.
Wait, what were the, did
We
it
got-
actually get heated? What were
Yeah,
the stances
nah,
I
we're
missed? I won't
fine.
comment on it. But... No,
Dude,
damn, never
Pink
mind
started
then.
Pink started calling everyone ugly, filthy Jews, and we were like, really chill.
Oh,
Kind of, but
Yo, guys.
No,
Poppy
not really.
Playtime
It was
free.
fun. It was fun.
Yo, Ping, I have a game for you to play.
ooh, what game?
Poppy Playtime.
No,
Oh,
I already know what
Well,
that shit
Jimmy's
is.
here. What was that one game you guys
Free.
were playing?
Oh,
What the-
just
what
act natural.
Just Act Natural. I downloaded that game too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It-
But
We're
this,
trying to.
they don't have. Oh yeah,
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 move
tell him,
people
tell him,
in this
tell him.
VC. If everyone in this VC plays, we have
Wow,
Yeah.
chat doesn't matter to
a
you.
point to be fan.
Wow.
I mean, we
Fuck
could get other
that.
people. It seems like a fun game. Look it up, Jimmy. It's free. Just
not-
Act Natural.
I'm not gonna
Jimmy,
lie.
do you know that spy game that Ping played?
Oh,
Where you
that
had to,
game's
like,
so
find
fun.
the game.
sus person.
yo, what's up, Sam? By the way,
Oh yeah, sorry, Jimmy.
he
Hope you're
doesn't
doing
care about
well.
you.
Hope you're doing well as well.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
I wanna go play that game
I've
actually.
been
Oh.
just surviving and
We did talk
I
about
think
politics,
I have-
but we didn't get.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
fuck,
it was.
fuck that shit. Fuck that part.
Everyone was pretty civil. It was nice.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
It was nice for a stream chat.
Yeah.
What'd you say to me?
Never mind. Forgot what I was gonna say.
I know you have to whisper, but like, I'm sorry.
Shut up, bitch.
Oh, that I heard. Some.
Just put your mouth closer to the mic.
I
You only
feel
hear me
like-
breathe.
I won't get into specifics, but I feel like talking politics with the Twitch chat might be kind of bad because there's just a lot of like, I don't know how to say it, just a lot of like underage people on like Twitch, and I know my
Mhm.
views have like definitely shifted and like progressed or like have just like changed
Yeah.
over many years of my life. Like when I was 16, I was like, I thought so many different things like compared to
Oh,
now, and I was
sorry,
so set
Tuichi.
on like I'm gonna think this forever, but it wasn't the case,
Is it-
you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
If
yeah,
you guys want
I
to
don't
watch
know.
this game, you can watch me.
Stealing my viewership, bro. No, I'm just joking.
On Discord.
I think I'd like to think what I think right now is like pretty okay. So if I share that with younger people, I would hope that they, just
Oh,
open
yeah.
their mind a little bit more, maybe on stuff.
Yeah,
so.
you want
So
to
I don't
convert
mind.
Well,
them
that's
into
different.
Jews. I get that.
Guys, look, I'm the
Especially if they're-
31 hours.
Huh?
Hey,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
you have what the fuck happens?
It's 30 minutes per
What?
sub, bro. That's what happens.
Oh
Uh,
my god.
Do you want to hear what happened? Okay, so I
No,
went.
we got raided, and they just started donating, and we was
Nah,
like, "What the fuck?"
Don't play with them. Don't play with them. Okay, so I went
S-
into.
I still need to do one thing, by the way.
Oh yeah, you gotta put on a maid outfit.
I'm gonna
Oh,
do that
yeah,
tomorrow.
That as well.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
we'll
go
do that
bald,
tomorrow.
dude?
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna say Ping.
I went to the city for a friend's birthday, and I was gonna go home right at. Bro, what are you doing? Oh
Yo,
my
let's
god.
go. Let's
Chicken got
go,
it too. Wait,
Sam.
Chicken, Phoenix. Okay, those two people I know. Gotta get it to 69. Nice. Damn, bro. Let me play guitar for you before anything. I know you.
You don't need to stop.
Is it too cringe?
No,
Oh, okay. so
you
I'm
just
gonna-
don't need to feel like you need to.
Of course I do.
You gotta play it for me, bro.
I'm playing it for Dinell. Don't worry. Not for you, Sam. Playing it for both of you, actually.
All right,
Thank
perfect.
you for the
Because fuck Dinell.
Bro, I suck at this game. I suck at this game.
Thank you for the sub, Sam. Yeah! Damn, I actually hit that. Okay. I watched a movie about Jews yesterday, not the sort you might expect, though. Call Me by Your Name. Why does that sound kind of familiar? I don't know.
That's a great movie.
What is it about? Jews.
It no, it's straight up a gay movie in Italy in like the 80s, but it is a very well made movie.
Huh? He said it's about
Yeah.
Jews.
No, I don't think it is.
Which one?
It's about two gay people. It's not about Jews.
Are you saying Jews can't be gay?
Not
On
at
stream,
all, that was
caught
like-
on stream, bro. Damn.
Clipped,
Damn.
clip.
Wait, did you join, Jimmy?
Oh yeah, I joined. I'm the other Jared.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I love how we're still Jared.
Yeah. You gotta pay respects to him. He's gonna
Oh,
be on a
I
3-week break.
actually suck at this game.
They're gay Jews.
Sam, are you
Bro,
watching?
I love
Maybe
how.
they are, and I
Huh?
forgot.
Yeah,
No.
you forgot they're Jews,
Oh,
but you
yeah,
remembered they're
yeah.
gay. Wow, I see your priorities. You don't care about Jews.
Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, Jesus Christ, not Moses. I see.
Or Abram.
Abraham, yeah.
Abram,
Abra-
did you just
Ab-
say?
Abraham works for
M1
Christianity,
Abrams.
Catholicism.
Isn't it
too,
pronounced
right?
Abram?
M1 Abrams.
Abraham?
Abram.
In Spanish,
Abram.
it's pronounced Abram.
Okay, do
I
we
want
live in
Abram.
Spain, bro? No, I'm just joking.
I actually watched a really good movie with some with like Jewish
Who?
people in it, about like
Oh,
mitzvahs and stuff called Cha Cha Real
With,
Smooth.
with some
So-
Jewish
Dude,
people in
A
it.
Yeah,
good
that's
Jewish
how-
movie? is Jojo Rabbit. I watched it
Shit,
again.
Oh my god.
I got it on Blu-ray and I saw it in its full glory.
Jesus Christ.
I think
That's a great movie though.
Jimmy would
I
love this.
literally saw it in 4K.
I
It's
saw it in
actually
Jimmy would
4K.
love this.
It's actually
I saw
such
it-
a good movie.
Would love what?
I saw it in 4K,
Jojo Rabbit is
surround
actually
sound.
a great movie.
Oh.
HD.
Yeah, they watched it the
But
other
I
night and
lived
they were
through
talking
it.
shit about me.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
I saw it in theaters twice, once with my friend and once with my ex.
Oh.
Which movie?
Oh my.
Jojo?
Jojo Rabbit. Yeah.
Awkward.
Oh,
Jojo
you
Rabbit.
lucky son of a bitch. I want to see it in theaters.
With
I
your
have an
ex?
OLED
I
TV.
want to see
and it's
it
got-
in theaters.
I worked
Beautiful
at a
quality.
movie theater during that time, so I could see whatever I wanted. Saw like that, and I was like a bunch of movies that fall, I think, winter. I don't know. It was like before COVID. Yeah. Anyway, if anyone has Apple TV though, the movie Cha Cha Real Smooth is pretty good.
You heard it
Cha-Cha
here
Real Smooth?
first.
If you have
Oh my God, how many
HBO
red
Max,
shells do you
You should watch
have?
Akira.
Akira
I
is
gotta see that.
overrated.
Oh
but it's
yeah,
You haven't
good.
seen
Jimmy.
it?
Pang.
What? You haven't
Jimmy,
seen
would you
it.
rather watch?
It's a good
sorry.
movie. It's a good movie. Sorry, go ahead.
Should we?
That's
Would you
okay.
rather watch Akira in sub or dub?
Sub.
Thank God.
Ah,
What?
fuck me.
That was sad.
What?
Why?
Wait, would you watch anything in dub or most things in dub?
By the
I
way,
watch
Jimmy.
most things in sub. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, me too.
Fucking
I watch Akira
Sub.
in dub.
sub
Wait.
is best though.
Sub is best.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Fuck
watch
dub.
most
It
things in
just
sub,
depends on
sounds more
certain things.
natural. Like,
Okay.
I
there-
tried watching the dub of like Attack on Titan and Naruto, and
It's
I'm
so
like,
bad.
fuck
It's
dub.
so
Fuck
bad.
dub.
Yeah.
Look, the only sub that's good is like dub that's good is like Dragon Ball, or maybe
Full Metal
Pokemon.
Alchemist, Brotherhood.
Well, actually, there's some more, but like for me personally, like I just like I'd rather
Dude,
hear it
I
in
love.
Japanese.
I think Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is the perfect dub. Not gonna lie.
Shock dodge. Let's go.
Sorry, too easy. Full Metal Alchemist. I just ran into a wall. Full Metal Alchemist.
Brotherhood.
I haven't watched that dub.
It's basically the same cast.
I went to
If I had
see the
the
Demon.
time-
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What's up, Ping?
No, I was just gonna say I went to see the Demon Slayer movie in dub, and I regretted all my life decisions.
That's
Yeah.
why
Slayer.
dub sucks.
I saw
I-
it in sub.
Sub for the win. Sub for the win.
Yeah, but also
I
like
saw-
we're not Japanese, so it's easier to say that, right? Like if you go to Japan, people don't talk like Nani, you know, they just talk like normal people. So
Nani?
I
Um,
worked in the movie theater last year when the Demon Slayer movie came out. It was like the first movie to get like a fucking like, huge ass audience. That was like it was
Really?
insane. That came out the same day as Mortal Kombat, and for some reason they might have shared a similar audience because it was like a double feature for a lot of people, and it was like the most packed I've seen a movie theater in so long.
wow.
A double feature. Holy crap.
Yeah. It made a lot of money in our theater specifically, Demon Slayer and Mortal Kombat that weekend. A few
The
months
movie
before it
theater
quit.
I went to SF, and it was an AMC. And that shit was packed. They had
Yeah.
like 8 screenings at the same time.
We did that for
Yeah.
Demon Slayer. It was like literally 8 screenings at the same time just to hold people. We like canceled movies no one saw just to fit Demon Slayer.
Yep.
It was nuts.
I wouldn't say Demon Slayer was that good of a movie, but yeah, it was alright.
I thought
It was
was
beautiful.
great, and I watched it in dub.
I'm gonna
A lot of
leave
people
for
loved it.
15 minutes. By the way, gotta
Oh,
go
okay.
to
Fuck
the store.
Demon Slayer.
All right,
Oh, you're
see
good,
you
I'm like
Sam.
Sam.
Amanda. Gotta go to the store.
Jimmy.
Shout out Jidep Chamari if you're watching. Sorry,
She
what's
is.
up?
Well, it's
Would
on
you
She's
play
video.
this
always
game?
Jimmy,
watching.
do you wanna fight?
Me?
Oh,
No. Now you really sound like Jidep Chamari. Okay.
Huh.
Would you play this game?
Which game?
VRB, bitch.
The
The one you were mentioning before, where
Yeah.
we tried it. Yeah, I would. Wait. Not the
Which game?
the one you mentioned, like the Among Us
Spy
thing,
game?
right? The Among Us.
Are we
type game?
talking about?
No, not the
No,
Among
you're-
Us game. The spy
You
game.
say,
Yeah.
yo, Ping, when are you playing
game.
Among Us VR?
when I get a VR headset.
Is
After
that
this
actually in the cards
subathon.
for you?
What?
I think I'm gonna get a VR headset also.
Oh, I'm
We should play
100%.
together.
100%. Oh my god, that would be so fun. I really want to
Yeah.
get VR. I just it costs money.
I'm gonna get it for my birthday, which is September. That way I'll have the VR headset in time for like Halloween streams.
Oh, smart.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask my parents for the PS5 VR.
Okay,
No.
that's good.
I can
No.
use that for computer too.
I'm gonna
True,
get just
but
the
Oculus is better.
Oculus Meta. Yeah.
Timmy, to answer your question, yes, I would play it. I think it would be ow fun, especially if we get people to play with. Maybe it could be the new Among Us. I thought you were talking about Poppy Playtime for a second. That's why I was confused.
No.
I
The
was
new
like,
Among Us.
I think. Do you
Yeah,
think Jimmy would like
it
this game?
seems very fun. It
I
seems
like
like
Among Us.
we
Watch
just
my
couldn't
screen
get
share,
enough
Jamie.
people.
Alright, let's
what'd you
focus
say,
on
Timmy?
So late.
Jimmy to watch my screen share.
Death Race.
Yeah, just wait. It's loading.
Okay.
Hello.
Jimmy, I hate you. What did I do?
So see, look, that guy in the middle is.
You
the one
probably
who
hit him in the
shoots.
game.
Oh yeah, probably.
Moog
guy in
is
the middle
so
shoots
awesome.
and we
shit.
run.
Oh, this looks cute.
Wait,
Good
everyone
stuff.
left.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's getting late.
It's okay, but it's just me
You
and
gotta act like the bots.
We can just chill and
Oh,
then we can
When they
get
have
you.
to sniff out who's a bot and who isn't.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I wanted to find a new streamer today, but this is more chill. Yeah.
I mean, I'm down to just
And then
like
if you die, you're out for the round.
chase people around and like spam it. We should do what Jared. Remember when Jared went to Tannis' stream and was like, I have a lot of clout, and we just started spamming clout.
That is
That shit was funny.
hilarious. I don't know Tannis that well, but she seems. I don't know. I can't put my finger on her. She seems a little. I honestly just don't know. Like, she followed me, said hi, like, on a raid, then never talked again. I think I've talked in her chat before. I don't know.
And you can pick your
Probably just
avatars too.
Busy with life stuff. Or
Okay.
Yeah,
just
she's
Twitch a
live right
lot.
now.
But also,
Not just
like,
me in
I
general.
I always feel like I can't, like, with you Jimmy and Jared, like, no matter how big any of us get, like, I think we'll be comfortable with like trying to grow together and like still hanging out and playing. But
Yeah.
but with like some other streamers that I don't know as well, I always feel what's it called, hesitant to like come in their chat if they have more viewers, because it might look like I'm like just coming for the viewers or something when I just want to like talk or whatever.
Oh,
I feel like, in my opinion, like, you kind of miss the shots you don't take, and like, I felt that way a little bit, like when I was first starting streaming with Jared and Liam specifically,
Mhm.
and like, it worked out because they're chill people. Like, you can
That's
find
true.
a good person, even if like their viewers are like, you know. And I've at least like been in like bigger streamers' streams who like followed me back because I didn't say I was a streamer, but there's like people in the chat that like recognized me.
That's
Which
cool.
was,
To
like,
me,
interesting.
I'm not really a streamer, but to me, it's really nice to see other streamers pop in and like
Yeah.
you can talk to them and stream. Other
Yeah.
people stream, I mean. Like when Jimmy popped in and we could talk to him, that was pretty nice. Or when Jared popped in.
Yeah. What I like a lot is like the stuff with oh, Moog said I almost got third if it wasn't for your boomerang. I don't know if you
Oh,
remember
damn.
that, but
Ooh, this game looks fun. Goose on the loose.
noise. But what I really like is like with Triple G, just oh, I got first. Oh, it's only 2 people. With Triple G, just like with Triple G, if he's streaming, no matter what he's streaming, almost every time, if I jump in, like, we'll just like start this weird interaction that's just so fun and funny to me. I don't know.
Sometimes Ping watches his stream and then and Triple G starts watching Ping stream.
And we start
Oh,
talking
I
to
love
each
when that
other.
happens.
Yeah, it's so fun. Or like when we
They
did.
talk to each other through stream. It's so hilarious.
It's so fun. He has like that personality for it.
I've done that before with I think Jared or Liam, where there's like a streamception and it was like showing each other streams and shit. I love that shit so much. It's so funny.
Right? It is. It's so good. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
like
gotta-
just. Sorry, go ahead.
I gotta watch Triple G more.
He's
I know
great.
he's
He's
slowly
so-
getting back into streaming.
Oh yeah, for
Mm.
sure.
He's such a sweet guy.
He is. Well, he's
And
Canadian.
his chat's
so-
amazing.
Oh, he's Canadian.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Not
Canadians are
all,
very nice.
not all Canadians are nice.
Yeah, Timmy
Well, like-
is
like-
here.
Most
Timmy's a piece
most
of
Canadians are
shit.
very nice.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way for sure. Timmy, what do you think?
What?
How's life in Canada?
No, all Canadians are nice. This guy's a bot. Or not a bot, by the way.
Yeah, but do you think
He's
they're
Motherfucker
on?
froze me, bro.
Do you think they're on
Fuck off.
average nicer? Or you think it's just the same? Oh, you ran into my green shell.
Yeah, because I feel like someone like if you went up to a random American, they're probably mean as fuck.
I don't think. Well, I did
don't
that
think
today.
so.
I did that today on stream. You should have
Oh,
seen
really?
it. Yeah,
Damn.
it was so cringe. Oh my god. But
What happened?
Sam,
Let him find out.
alright, you'll find out in the subathon video.
All right, I'll go back and watch the VOD.
No, okay. So, I think Sam and Dinelle gifted subs, and like some other people were giving some money, and
Here.
yeah, and Sam was like, "All right, go to like give $1 to someone," because I said I was gonna do that before, but IRL streaming wasn't working, and now it was working. So I went up to a security guard, and it was so cringe.
Oh no. Were
He
you
just
IRL
were like-
streaming?
He said
Yeah.
this. He was like, "You want $1?" And he was like, "Here." And the guy was like, "Oh, what is this for?" He's like, "Oh, you can just have it."
Oh my god.
was so bad. And then he's like-
And then he
It gets
asked,
worse.
and then Ping, I think the security guard's like, "Oh, this is just for fun." I don't know what he said.
He's like,
That
"Is
leads
this
to-
on TikTok?" And then he was, yeah, go ahead.
And then Ping
Oh,
leads up to the question
that was
where he's
nice
like,
of him.
"What's your favorite fruit?"
Oh my god.
I'm like,
Because someone said that in chat before, so it just came into my mind.
"Yeah, it was me." But
Why'd
I
you
was just
say
saying as
that?
a joke.
You should have said something better, and I would have remembered that instead.
I wish I had said tits or ass, just so we could go. Because if you had said ass, you could have been like, "Hey, hype him up." If you said tits, you would have hyped him up. It's like, hey.
True. You know what I really wanted to do, but I hesitated. That's why I hesitated. I was practicing to originally go like this with my arms and go baby or hairy.
Oh my
Right?
god.
And then if people say baby, it's like they're a pedophile because they like baby arms. So I would walk away. But if they said hairy, I would like give them $1. But then I thought that's really weird and random, so let me not do that.
Motherfucker, bro. Fuck off.
Good idea, but maybe a different question.
Yeah. Like imagine
I
just
like
going
the
up to someone.
enthusiasm.
Yeah. It was still cool to see New York City, right?
I want to play
Yeah,
this.
that was
I
fun.
wish I saw it. What time did you do that at?
It,
like
it
2
was
hours
just a
ago.
random stream.
No, like what time was the IRL stream at Ping?
2
Um,
hours.
No, what time he's saying?
No.
Around. Let me see. I left for around
Hey, just check
9:30.
when you got the subs.
It was around 9:30.
Just go to.
It was
I'm
9:30.
Check when you got
filming. I'm
subs.
Bro,
sorry.
I know it was 9:30 because I said when I was at home, I said I'll be back at 9:30. So I was like, oh shit.
Okay, so there's one that says streaming in the city, and then you can just check that one out.
It was 9:30.
Uh,
It was 9:30
Yeah.
until 11ish,
Sounds fun. I gotta go back and watch for sure.
It was interesting.
Oh my balls.
Okay, Jimmy,
Yes.
go into the VOD that says streaming in the city, and just go 10 minutes in.
Oh, was it 10
Okay.
minutes in?
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm looking at it right now. Oh
Alright,
God.
good night everyone and good night chat.
Good
Good night, Jimmy.
night.
I wonder if
I
Doctor.
really want to play this game.
Honestly, I think I could convince Jimmy and Jared to try it out. And our communities, and then I think that would be cool.
I mean, right now, though.
What?
Right now, though.
Oh. Honestly, I think I should head to sleep, but I'm not really that tired.
It's really late. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go to. I'm probably gonna pass out.
You guys are chicken bites, bro.
Wait, I'll be back. I'll be back.
Chicken butt.
Chicken butt. Cocoa butt.
There's max 8-player lobbies.
I feel bad for Rosie.
Why?
She was weirded out by the by the IRL stream. I don't know. My friends are a bit. Me and my friends are a bit wild when I'm with them, compared to like
What'd you do?
Twitch. I don't know. I mean, we didn't do anything that crazy, but we're just really hyped and like listening to music in the car and singing and going crazy. But yeah, I don't know.
Why wouldn't you play Poppy's Playtime?
That sounds terrible. Or maybe Rosie was just joking. Actually, I think Rosie was joking.
It's not a scary game.
Bro, I'm done with scary games like forever.
It's not scary.
Why isn't Disney care? Oh, I gotta look at Rasquila's memes. Alright, Tweaky. Moog. Let's see who wins. It's not scary. Bro, I've heard of it. I remember when it was big. it's classified as a scary game, is it not? Or a horror game or a survival game like that's or hard survival. It has horror in it, no?
A little bit. There's a monster that chases you.
That sounds and is like if do you hide from the monster?
No, you just run through it. You run away from it.
The whole game is running away from the monster?
No, not the whole game. Like a portion of the game is you run into the vents and you run away from a monster inside of the vents. And it makes
Bro.
like big banging sounds.
And is there an anticipation like is there a jump scare if he gets you?
Not really, no.
I don't want to play a horror game.
It's not scary.
Bro, why do you want me to play it then?
Because it's
you
a
know
fun game.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a lot of other fun games out there, so it's okay. Maybe one day. I don't want to like say 0%, but yeah. Bro, is it crazy that I still have energy? Like is my energy level like pretty high for 5-6 days in?
No.
Huh?
You're acting normal, Ping.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, isn't that crazy?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because this is how your week would normally be.
Oh.
True. Right?
I mean, you're right, but also like I don't normally like stare like like I don't know.
There's more weird conversations if that's what you mean.
I guess I just meant my energy levels, but that makes sense too. Because like I don't know, I feel like people get tired with subathons, you know? No?
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. You're getting better, Mook.
Well, I'm gonna grab my VR.
Alright. What do you think, chat? Do I have good energy for the subathon? I mean, Timmy said normal, which is good. I think that's good. Like, I just feel like a lot of people get tired from subathons, and I'm tired, and you're not. I think well, you're getting a lot more experience, so you're eventually gonna get better. I think. So there's that at least. It's nice to see you though, or read you. 6 subs away from going bald. Jesus. Wait, how long am I gonna be streaming for? If I stop the timer when I go to sleep, I gotta ask Dino what he thinks about that, and Doctor, if he's here, and you guys.
What?
Oh, what?
What do you think about what?
What do you think about not
the timer on?
stopping the timer for when I sleep?
You already stopped it.
Yeah, I have to continue it, right?
Yeah.
Damn it. That's a long time. Ow. Okay, 34 hours and 48 minutes. Jesus Christ. How about lowering the... Nah, actually, it's fine. Let me just think. If I go to sleep now... Oh my god. If I sleep for like 8 hours a day, right? What's 24 minus 8? 16? So if I went 16 hours... So that means I pretty much have 2 days guaranteed. Right now, left on the subathon, right?
Yeah, what game should I play?
Mario Poker, yeah. Are you good at poker? I'm good at poker.
Yeah, I play Poker Stars VR.
Why VR?
Because
Why
I have
not?
VR.
Fair. I don't know what answer I was expecting, but yeah. I don't know what sub goals to add. After
Play a scary game.
No. Bro, I'd rather go bald than playing that game like for a couple
No,
hours.
not that game. Not that game. A different game.
I don't know. I don't like scary shit. Did I hit you with that, Moog? Wow. Yeah, I don't know. Try to get coins, by the way, if you haven't already. I try to go for 10 coins, Moog. Like, I
Gives you
actively think
speed
of that.
boost.
Yeah, exactly.
Better grab my charger. Headset charger.
Okay. I think I should head to sleep soon. Oh, they send videos of them at karaoke. What the hell? What are they doing? Yeah, I don't think they would be as much of themselves if I was streaming it, so I think it's good that I didn't stream it. I'm trying, but I'm also instantly losing them. But the fact that you keep trying is crazy. What'd you say to me? Sorry.
No, never mind. I already forgot.
Oh, I was looking at karaoke because.
Ooh, Battle Bits.
Oh, Battle Bits. People have told me to play that before.
Yeah.
Someone keeps shooting at me. I wonder who. My bad.
You have Deep Rock?
Yes, actually, but I played it very little. It seemed interesting, but
You need people to play it.
huh?
You need friends to play with.
Yeah.
I
It
feel
seems
like
like
Muck would be fun.
seems like a lot of work and timing, and thinking also, which is fine, but I don't. I think the games where I have to think a lot are not the games for this chat. Not because this chat is like dumb or anything, but because I try to interact with chat a good amount, so it's hard to like, do that. Also, I think it's boring for this chat a bit. Like when I do Pokemon Nuzlocke, it's pretty exciting for me to like think about the strategies and stuff and implement them, but
You should buy a tabletop simulator.
I should.
Like every single board game.
Oh, Mook is mad close to me. He's ahead of me.
My dog be tired as hell.
Oh yeah, how is your dog after the vet?
She got a Benadryl shot.
And she's feeling good?
Tired. And it's just to take I forget what the pills are called, but it makes sure I have to go to the washroom a lot.
Blasted down. Isn't that the way? Everybody's. I feel like you were closer this time, Moog. Well, I slowed down on purpose there to be an ass, but aside from that.
Valheim?
Valheim?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I played Valheim on stream for a couple of days with a viewer, with one of my favorite viewers who ghosted me. And then
Who?
Here Dot.
Here Dot?
Do you remember him?
No.
You were there for Jump King days, right? Or were you?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't come by as often then, but during YouTube days, he used to be there all the time because he lives in Turkey. Well, I don't know where he lives now, but yeah, I played with him and with Nick, who's the streamer I used to. Well, he's a YouTuber now, but he was streaming back then. I was just about to point out that he slowed near then. Yeah, sorry, I'm toxic sometimes. Moog, are you okay with stopping there? It's just 4 a.m. now. Jesus. So. Well, it's not 4 a.m. for Moog, but what were we gonna say, Timmy? Oh yeah, so Valheim was fun, but it kind of fizzled out with us for some reason. I have a clip in my intro from Valheim. Yeah. Let me see. It's not working. I have Stepsister, Breath of the Wild, Among Us. It's so crazy looking back. Red and blue haired Mario Kart, Rocket League, Ratchet and Clank, Minecraft. A dream on. What's it called? Horizon. I can switch to Fall Guys and I need to refill my coffee. Okay. All right. Call of Duty. Apex with Dinell, actually. Words on stream, of course. The first time I got a long word. 24-hour streams. Fall Guys. Call of Duty. Pokemon, I think it's going to show. No, Genshin. Pokemon. I did so many 24-hour streams. Jump King. And then I think it's Triple G. Yep. Oh, I already forgot why I was watching that. Yeah, I can switch to Fall Guys and I need to refill. Okay. Cool. Yo, Timmy, are you there right now? Guys, what should we put on for when I sleep? I don't know what to put on. I feel like we've done so much stuff already. Dream on, dream on, dream on. Scientists have discovered that on. I should probably show what I'm looking at. An octopus will punch a fish for no reason other than spite. Every masterpiece has its cheap copy. Lol, that's actually so good. I was first before the subathon. Oops. Oh my god. Oh. Wait, I didn't realize that. We have top hours right now. Damn. Oh, Dep Jamari still killing it. That's a lot of hours. Venonat. Damn it. Alright, I think I'm gonna fix it so that it shows both monitors. I'll be right back. Johnny? Alright, I'm gonna go get water. I'll be right back. Dang, I'll be right back. I'll be right. Yep. You go like this. How long has Jesus, it's been almost a year. That's actually insane. That is, I didn't know it was that long. That is crazy. You want to see your first? Yeah. We did funny clips before, I think. Yeah, we were just talking about a lot of stuff. And playing Mario Kart and what were we playing? Something else. We did a live IRL stream. I don't think you were there for that. This is the first thing you ever said. Can I join? Oh my god. This is literally. Oh my god. Your first message was a year ago tomorrow. Can I join? The music is so loud I can barely hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's better. Your head gets burned apparently. It would take so long. I was thinking Mario Kart. How can I join Mario Kart? Nice. It's cool looking back, you know? Japan. Anyway. Dedication. Wait, tomorrow's our anniversary, bro. Isn't that crazy? Can I still send mine? Sure. You could send one of your funny videos. I'll watch one, okay? Just cuz it's you, Ace. Oh, I'm so tired. I love this song so much. This is from Magi. Tomorrow is our anniversary, and I'll be there for it. I'll be here all day. I can't believe the subathon is still going on, to be honest. It's crazy. I'm kind of curious how much I made. Are you guys curious? I'm kind of curious. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's less than I thought. No, that's more than I thought. I don't know. That's a lot. Let me put it in my calculator here. Because I think Texas takes 20%. Oh, Texas. That's not bad. I'm working tomorrow from 1 to 8 or something. Sheesh.
Taste you and your boss that you like that ain't no.
I don't like this one. Sorry. Sorry, bro. I'm working from 1 to 8 or something. Damn. Well, I'm going to be here 24/7, so, you know, you might pop in when I'm sleeping, but I'm so tired. I'm kind of curious what my watch my screen time on my phone was. You guys want to know? How the hell did you get 34 hours? By having very generous community. Oh my god, guys. I've actually never okay. I thought it was 0, but it was updating. I was using my phone for an average of like 6 hours a day. I was using my phone for an average of like 6 hours a day. Right? 6 hours a day. A lot of YouTube. Right? Look at last week. 3 hours. Right? Look at it literally halved. Wait, how am I still watching so much? Oh, because I started the subathon on Tuesday. Right? 2 hours. Oh my god. And that 1 hour of this was literally the webcam application for stream. And then I spent pretty much nothing on my phone. That's crazy. Watch time. Let's go. All right. I'm gonna go get ready for bed. Let's figure out how to pause the timer to add enough time for it, right? If I go to sleep around 4:20 today, I sleep 7 hours. What's up, Marsker? Welcome. I don't know who you are, but you probably got gifted a sub because we're doing a subathon right now. So, welcome. And, yeah. If you want to stick around, you can. This is what we do here. This is a 6th day of our subathon. 6th day? 7th day? I don't even know at this point. We started on Monday. Thanks, by the way. Yeah, welcome. Bad timing, though. I'm going to go to sleep soon, but I'll stick around a little bit to talk to you if you want, if you're okay with that. I started at Monday. What's today? Sunday? Today's Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's day 7, technically. Jesus. Extreme stretch. Alright, I'll extreme stretch. We've been playing a lot of Fall Guys. We played a little bit of Hollow Knight, Mario Kart, Gardic, Words on Stream. So that's the type of stuff you could expect if you actually stick around. If you want. That's not true. Everyone's not trying to find out where I live. You just live in New York, and I do too, Ace. Ugh. Thanks for the extreme stretch. I feel like I don't moan as much as I used to. Whew. True. And this is a look at this arrow we made. Isn't this sick? Boom. Also, I waxed my arm. Only one arm though. Look at the difference, bro. Freaking crazy. Was that not a big stretch? Okay. I usually get up for the extreme stretches, and regular stretches I don't get up for. That's the difference. So it makes me get off of my ass. I found that so funny. We're getting pretty close. Next time it goes to the city, I'll be there. Nah, bro. I hope not. Reaching up to the sky, looking beneath the ground like a king without his crown. All right, I'm gonna set up to go to sleep. It's 4 a.m. I probably want to wake up around. Yeah, I usually try to sleep at 2:30, but it's 4. So I'm gonna go to sleep 4:20. I want 7 hours at least. So 11:20, I think I'll put an alarm for. Alarm 11:20. And then we pause the timer, which means I have to add time. That will equal 11 hours. 11 hours. 4, 8. Jesus, I can't do math. 7 hours. Yeah, because 4:20, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 7 hours. So 7, that means 41 hours, 16 minutes. 41 hours, 16 minutes. In minutes. Copy. Paste. Start timer. Save. Now, theoretically, an OBS. Oh, it worked. Okay, cool. We're ready for sleep. The madman who sent his entire life saving for the subathon. No, they just make enough money that they could. It's not too much for them. That's why. You gotta remember, a lot of people do it like 20 minutes, 10 minutes per sub. I do it 30 minutes per sub. 41 hours basically because I'm gonna be sleeping for the next 7 hours. It's a way to pause it, you know. Yeah. I'm thinking to just go to sleep full screen this time and have background music, and anyone who wants to join to talk can do that. So what's the lo-fi hip hop? Here it is, lo-fi hip hop. Here it is. What's this feeling on at about holding in that ceiling? Which one is the real lo-fi girl? What the hell? There's 2 lo-fi girls. I don't know which one is real. Wait, this one is 12 hours old. They're both 12 hours long? What? I'm so confused. Does anyone know which lo-fi girl is real? Why didn't you pause it? There's no way for me to pause it. I just want to watch you sleep for multi-hours. Bruh. Best of lo-fi. More people are watching. Oh, this is to relax, study to. This is to sleep. Alright, we're gonna pause the background music. I'm just gonna put beats to relax the study for too. I think this is better. Alright. The first one? Yeah. No, you can't play music because you're gonna put stupid shit, and I can't stop it because I'll be sleeping. I don't trust chat with music unless I'm there or mods are there the whole time, so. Lol. You know it's true, that's why you couldn't say anything. Yeah, I think we're good. You're not a mod. I'm gonna change my camera and I don't even have my lights application on. Okay. Turn this off. Good night, chat.
Who's this guy Pink, bro?
Huh?
Who's this guy named Pink, bro?
I don't know. But you know what I do know? I'm going to sleep. Good night. Wait, I don't know if this is copyright. Is that copyright free?
What?
The lo-fi music.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the follow, lettered symbol. But I'm about to go to sleep. Sorry.
Sleep well.
Thank you. Thank you, Moog. I'm new every stream, don't worry. I'm new every... Wait, what do you mean I'm new every stream? Oh, I see what you're saying. Is that Jimmy Poo? No, that's a new person. But bad timing, I will be going to sleep. And I'll be sleeping for what, 7 hours? So 7 plus 5 is 12. Alright. The second I wake up, I have to end stream and start it again. I have to put a reminder.
We just do it now.
Nah, I'll just do it when I wake up. Should I do it now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright.
If you don't risk it, what if you sleep in?
Oh, that's Timmy, not Jimmy, no. Yeah, you're right. Sleeping, day 7. Alright. You can talk in chat, obviously. I'm just gonna have it pointing to me for tonight. And chat open. Alright. Good night, Timmy.
Good night.
Wake up now, someone broke into your house and broke into your fridge, ate all of your cheese. It was me.
Oh, do you think I should turn off TTS?
Maybe.
No. I feel like it would be better if it doesn't matter that much if I'm just sleeping, actually. Yeah, it probably matters because spam could be very annoying, right? For people who are just chilling. Yeah. And I'm gonna turn off TTS. That's a terrible picture. You just see my stomach. Alright. TTS is off. Good night.
Good night.
Goodbye.